breeding heifer show. Attention in the barn, breeding heifer show. We will be starting at 9 o'clock with the anthem. 9:05 we'll start the show.
Attention livestock barn, you will turn the blowers off. Gentlemen, remove your caps and your hats for the singing of the national anthem. Then we will move into this morning's breeding beef show. This morning to sing the national anthem is Miss Casey Compton. She's a freshman at Caney Creek High School.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Montgomery County Breeding Beef Show. We have approximately 170 heifers here this morning to be judged. We're going to start off with our Brahman division. I need my Brahman exhibitors to come to the holding area. Brahman exhibitors, move to the holding area. Exhibitors, we have a lot of cattle to look at today in a short period of time. We won't give everybody an opportunity to be looked at, but whenever we call your class, we would appreciate the promptness being here at the arena. It helps to make the show move a whole lot faster. It doesn't make the show drag. So just be listening for your class. Be listening for the breed before you. And let's just keep the show moving. Class 2, Brahman. We have 2 exhibitors. Exhibitor 233 is Sidney Greer, Lake Creek, FFA. Exhibitor 234, Baron Stevens, New Caney, FFA. Our judge for this morning's show is Mr. Cody Luchik. We want to thank him for coming down. He's already judged our scramble show this morning, and he's going to be working through our breeding beef show today. Exhibitors, if we'll have several classes today that will be single entry classes. If you are a single entry in your class, we will wait. We'll bring that heifer back for the championship drive.
Nice pair of summer-born Brahman heifers to start the show off with here. Real nice class winner. Big-bodied, big-topped heifer that still balances up really good, really feminine. Quite a bit just more to her, probably a bit more just look and presence today. The heifer in second. Real sound, correct heifer in second. Really like her hind leg and how she gets out and moves. Strong in her top line. Maybe not as level out of her hip. Probably not as just much dimension as the heifer that wins, but a nice pair. Congratulations to both these young ladies.
Results, Class 2, first place goes to 234, Marin Stevens, New Caney, FFA. Second goes to 233, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek, FFA. This will be Class 3, Brahman. Exhibitor 235, Kimber Stewart, New Caney, FFA. 236, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek, FFA. 237, Tyler Scott, New Caney, FFA. 238, Catherine Walker, Splendora, FFA. And 239, Hayden Johnson, Porter Jr., FFA. 238, Catherine Walker, you're needed in the holding area. Your class is coming in. Class 4, move to the holding area. Class 4, Brahman, move to the holding area. Class 4, you're needed in the holding area. Class 4, needed in the holding area.
Good class, the second class of Brahmins here. And honestly, there's some trade-off in these top 3 or 4 heifers. Got a lot of difference just in terms of type and kind, really just in terms of frame size and scale. Once you stop the cattle, I like the balance, the femininity, the look of this red heifer to win. A little neater through her shoulder and front third than the heifer that's in second. Really plants an attractive hip and hind leg, good in terms of her bottom line. That gets out and moves and is functional. Probably wish she had a bit more flex to her hock and a bit more length of stride. Love her though once you stop her there. That look and quality and freshness stands out for me. Really like the bone, structural correctness, just type and kind. This heifer in second. Big bodied, powerful one that still moves good. Maybe doesn't balance as good as really the heifers in first or third for me, but a good heifer there. Like I said, this is certainly a competitive class. The heifer in third over there, y'all can go. The heifer in third, a more moderate frame going in here, but honestly, really like how she's built. I really like some pieces in her. Big hipped, good structured one that's real neat up through her front end. Probably just not enough of her today, particularly if she had a bit more body, depth of body. I'd probably consider using her to win the class because I love her neck. I love how she's built. Probably just needs a little bit more rib and volume and just mass today. I think that one's built a lot of quality. I genuinely really like that heifer. Another nice heifer here coming out next. Young man's doing a good job showing her. Really clean necked, really good structured. Probably doesn't balance as good from there back, not as strong in her top or level out of her hip, but a good structured, long-necked one. A lot of quality. This is a deep class. The red heifer's coming out the class. She's the biggest one in here. Big-bodied one. A lot of power to her. Maybe a little coarser for me. Probably wish she was just a little leveler out of her hip, but a good class there. Let's put our hands together for these Brahman exhibitors.
Results of Class 3. First place goes exhibitor 235, Kimber Stewart, New Caney FFA. Second was 236, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek FFA. Third was 237, Tyler Scott, New Caney FFA. Fourth was 239, Hayden Johnson, Porter Jr. FFA. And fifth was 238, Catherine Walker, Splendora FFA. This will be Class 4. Exhibitor number 240 is Louis Barcenas, Caney Creek FFA. 241, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek FFA. 242, Ellie Bischoff, Champion 4H. 243, Levi Reisner, Champion 4H. Class 5, move to the holding area. Class 6, Class 7, y'all are single entries. Move to the holding area.
this class probably falls in place a little easier for me than the last one. A nice heifer that wins. The young man does an awesome job of getting her shown. Heifer with power, but still a good balanced look. She's still good and correct in terms of her feet and leg structure. I can pick on her. She's probably carrying about as much condition as I'd want to see on a heifer this age, but it's not extreme today. I think a really one that's built with a lot of power, certainly built with a lot of quality. I thought the closest decision was probably here between second and third. I think the longer you kind of study the heifer in second, really appreciate how she's designed, really attractive. She's probably the freshest, most attractive heifer in the class. Doesn't have near the body and power and bone as our class winner, but I allowed her look and quality, so it gets her over the heifer in third. Initially, I probably had it switched. I think the heifer in third has quite a bit more just body, fleshing ability, a big topped heifer with a lot of power to her. More you study her, probably could be just a little square out of her hip. She kind of gets to come in at her hock a little bit, maybe just not built as correct in there and doesn't balance up quite as good. Good bone, good bodied, muscular heifer, certainly good in terms of her type and kind. Real functional sound one young man's got here coming out next. Just not as much of her in this class, not as much as dimension and body, but a nice class. Let's put our hands together for these Brahman exhibitors.
Results of Class 4, first place goes to 243, Levi Reisner, champion 4H. Second went to 242, Ellie Bischoff, champion 4H. Third goes to 241, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek, FFA. And fourth goes to exhibitor 240, Luis Borsinas, Caney Creek, FFA. This will be Class 5, exhibitor number 244, Haley Soper, Magnolia, FFA. 245, Jerry Stewart, Splendora, FFA. And 246, Kimber Stewart, New Caney, FFA. I need my first and second place Brahman heifers back into the holding area out of Class 2, out of Class 3, and Class 4. First and second place come back to the holding area. Class 6 and Class 7, y'all are single entries. You should already be in the holding area.
thought the two heifers at the top of this class had some trade-offs. Two good heifers that are pretty close in terms of the placing. My first impression, I thought this was a little longer neck, a bit more just width and shape to her body. I also think she's probably a little cleaner and leaner in terms of her condition and probably just a bit fresher in her look. Really appreciate it when you get on top of the cattle. A wide body one has a bit more just spread and shape to her top. I think she's a little fresher in terms of her look. The heifer in second does have some pieces you got to really appreciate. Dead level down her top and out of her hip. Probably like the set to her hip and her hind leg. Just a bit better standing there. Really attractive and smooth and balanced. Carrying a little more condition, particularly there through her chest floor, which kind of throws off her balance a bit. It maybe just gets a bit flatter and not as three-dimensional when I compare our class winner and get right on top of the cattle. Good pair of gray Brahmans there, though, that I certainly thought had some trade-offs in them. I really like some pieces in this red heifer. Long neck, big topped. Heifer's got some neat pieces. She doesn't have as much depth of body as the top two today. Probably gets a little rounder out of her hip and not as attractive off her rear too. But a sound one that's got some really neat pieces. Let's put our hands together for those Brahman exhibitors.
Results of Class 5 Brahman. First place goes to Exhibitor 246, Kimber Stewart, New Caney, FFA. Second goes to 244, Haley Soper, Magnolia, FFA. And third goes to 245, Jerry Stewart, Splendora, FFA. All right. We're going to now bring our first place heifers back in for the championship. Brahman Championship. I need out of Class 2, 234, Marin Stevens, New Caney, FFA. Out of Class 3, Exhibitor 235, Kimber Stewart, New Caney, FFA. Out of Class 4, Exhibitor 243, Levi Reisner, Champion 4H. Out of Class 5, 246, Kimber Stewart, New Caney, FFA. Out of Class 6, 248, Chloe Finley, Champion 4H. And out of Class 7, Exhibitor 249, Catherine Walker, Splendora, FFA. Brangus and red Brangus exhibitors, move to your heifers towards the holding area. Brangus and red Brangus, you're the next breed up. Be moving to the holding area. The last two heifers were single entry. We brought them back in the championship drive. It's out of Class 6. It was Exhibitor 248, Chloe Finley, Champion 4H. And out of representing Class 7, Exhibitor 249, Catherine Walker, Splendora, FFA.
we get to the end of our first breed in the show here. Very competitive top to bottom. We had 2 single entries in these older classes. I'll talk to them first. Young lady at Heifer just turned 2 years old right here at a class 5. Sound, real correct, real functional heifer. Really like her rib shape. She's bold in her forerib, deep still in her flank. One you get from the side, she maybe doesn't balance up quite as good as a few others in my opinion. Maybe just a little plainer there from her jump muscle to her tail head to her hip. Maybe not as much bone, but very functional, very good bodied heifer. Young lady's done a really good job getting her shown there. Then the oldest heifer, I believe, turned 2 in December. One's got some really neat pieces. I think a lot of quality, real up-headed and neat up in front of her shoulders to then be really big top behind that. Really unique combination there. Real attractive in terms of her look. She gets out on the go, covers her track good, maybe has a little extra set to her pastern, maybe has a little fluid on the front of her hock there, but really like her look. The way she ties on the upper part of her skeleton is very attractive. I think it's very competitive out here. I really like them from the calf all the way up. I think these cattle certainly bring something to the lineup. Let's put our hands together for these Brahman exhibitors, and I'll show you my 2 favorites.
I need exhibitor 233, Sidney Greer, back into the arena. Your champion Brahman heifer goes to exhibitor 234, Marion Stevens, New Caney, FFA. Your reserve Brahman heifer this morning goes to exhibitor 243, Levi Reisner, champion 4H. Brangus and Red Brangus, fixing to start your show. Class 3, be your first class. Exhibitor number 250, Noah McMullen, Splendora Jr., FFA. 251, Nathan Kimmel, the Woodlands, FFA. Exhibitor 252 is Caleb McMullen, Splendora Jr., FFA. Class 4 Brangus, you're coming in the arena next. You need to be in the holding area. Class 4 Brangus, need to be in the holding area. All Brangus exhibitors need to move to the holding area. Brangus exhibitors, bring your heifers to the holding area.
Nice class of 3 heifers. He's a second. Nice class of 3 heifers to start the Brangus show off with. The black heifer's got quite a bit, just more power and dimension to her in here. On top of that, she's still real level. I think built with a lot of quality. Little extra foot and bone. She's the biggest bodied one that has the most just true width and spread and shape to her. She maybe gets a little coarse through her front third, but it kind of matches all the power she packs from there back. She's won this class rather handily. 2 nice red heifers coming out next. I think the darker red one that's going to be in second here has a bit more body and just dimension to her, a little bolder in terms of her upper rib shape, a little more width to her pins when compared to the one in third. Really attractive and feminine through her front third. She's a little frailer, just a little plainer in the set to her hip and her hind leg when you compare it to our class winner. The heifer that's going to be in third is longer bodied than the one in second. Probably a little cleaner necked than the one in second. There's some trade-offs there. Just gets a little flatter and narrower for me when I get on top of the cattle. Not as much just bone and power to her, but a good set. Let's put our hands together for these Brangus exhibitors.
Results Class 3, Brangus, first place goes to exhibitor 251, Nathan Kimmel, the Woodlands FFA. Second goes to exhibitor 250, Noah McMullen, Splendora Jr. FFA. And third goes 252, Caleb McMullen, Splendora Jr. FFA. This is Class 4, 255, Callie Whippo, College Park FFA. 256, Kenneth Yeager, Grand Oaks FFA. 257, Taylor Booty, Conroe FFA. And 258, Emily Palacios, Conroe FFA. Class 4. Let's open the gate. $250. This is Class 4, Exhibitor 255, Callie Whippo, College Park FFA. 256, Kenneth Yeager, Grand Oaks FFA. 257, Taylor Booty from Conroe FFA. And 258, Emily Palacios, Conroe FFA. Breeding beef exhibitors, I know several of y'all have several heifers in the show. Be sure when you come to the gate that you're wearing the correct exhibitor number for that heifer. When you come to the gate, be sure you're wearing the correct exhibitor number for that heifer. Exhibitor 266, we need you to the holding area. Exhibitor 266, you need to move your heifer to the holding area.
Honestly, I think a real competitive class here. There's really give and take all the way through, but landed on this young man's black heifer to win. I think in this set, I like the way she's built out of her spine and her top line. So although she's carrying a little extra condition through her chest floor, like all of these top three, her neck still sets a little higher onto her shoulder, a little neater in the way she's built out of her top line, out of her hip. Really a big-bodied one that's sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. Like to clean her up in her condition, but like I said, probably these first three are all carrying a little extra condition for me. Heifer in second is leveler out of her hip. Really a long-bodied, deep-bodied heifer. It's got a lot of mass to her center. Probably of these, like I said, I'd probably like to clean them all up in their condition a little. She's still probably carrying the most condition. I like to lean her up a bit in there. And when you get her out on the go, her back leg's probably not built as square or as loose as the heifer that wins, but really attractive, balanced heifer that's really big body, I think built with some quality. Heifer in third is really sound and functional. A moderate heifer that's good-footed, good structured. It's a little rougher in her top line, kind of breaks in her loin, carrying a little extra condition back there through her pones. Heifer that's going to be in fourth, really different. As I like to clean up those in their condition, I probably like where she's at condition-wise a bit more, but then at the same time, there's just not as much of her in terms of width and body and mass. It's a little plainer and a little frailer. A nice competitive class there. Let's put our hands together for those Brangus exhibitors.
Results of Class 4. First place goes 256, Kenneth Yeager, Grand Oaks, FFA. Second goes 258, Emily Palacios, Conroe, FFA. Third was 257, Taylor Booty, Conroe, FFA. And fourth was 255, Callie Whippo, College Park, FFA. Next class was a single entry. We'll move into Class 6. Exhibitor 261, Madison Harris, The Woodlands, FFA. 262, Jacob McMullen, Splendora, FFA. 263, Grace Baumgardner, Montgomery, FFA. And 264, Samuel Wilson, The Woodlands, FFA. Class 7 is a single entry also. I need my red Brangus first and second place back into the holding area. We'll have a championship drive immediately following this class. First and second, Brangus back into the holding area. Also single entry from Class 5 and Class 7 into the holding area.
Good class, older Brangus females. Got some late springs and some summers in here, and a good pair of them up top. You know, kind of comparing a heifer and a cow, and two with a lot of quality. But just kind of break them down on which one I prefer. Really like the quality and the build of the black heifer that's going to win. Really good just in terms of her structure. Real just kind of effortless in terms of the way she gets out and moves. Right down her top, real attractive out of her hip. Real fresh in the way she's brought to us today. Maybe not overly stout in terms of her foot and bone, but still a lot of width and shape when you get on top of the cattle. I think she's just really fresh and built with a lot of quality. Good pair, the red pair here in second. Good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Cow, once you get her stopped, is real neat up there through her neck and chest and her shoulder. Good udder on her and raising a nice bull calf. Maybe not as shapely. Maybe gets a little flatter in her forerib, a little plainer out of her hip when compared to our class winner. A very good pair there in second. This is a good class and a competitive top pair. You get this heifer in third stopped. You like a lot about her. Really stout, really bold in terms of her upper skeleton. Neck still sets high on her shoulder. Maybe a little rounder in the way she's built, but I don't see as much just balance in her as the top pair, but really a powerful heifer that's got a lot of quality to her. And the same can be said for this heifer in fourth. Really neat pieces in this heifer. Big-footed, long-sided, long-necked heifer. Little shallower and cuts up more to her flank in relation to her chest floor. This doesn't hit you with as much balance for me, but a good class. Let's put our hands together for these Brangus exhibitors.
Results of Class 6. First place goes to 263, Grace Baumgartner, Montgomery FFA. Second goes to 264, Samuel Wilson, the Woodlands FFA. Third goes to 261, Madison Harris, the Woodlands FFA. And fourth goes to 262, Jacob McMullen, Splendora FFA. We have a single entry in Class 7, so we'll move into our championship drive of the Brangus. Out of Class 3, I need exhibitor 251, Nathan Kimmel. Out of Class 4, exhibitor 256, Kenneth Yeager. Single entry out of Class 5, exhibitor 259, Jessica Skelton. Out of Class 6, exhibitor 263, Grace Baumgartner. And a single entry out of Class 7, exhibitor 266, Parker Mara, the Grand Oaks FFA. Beefmaster exhibitors. Beefmaster, we need you in the holding area. Beefmaster breed, come to the holding area.
Really good lineup of Brangus females top to bottom. I'll kind of tell you what I see in each one, and we've got a couple single entries to talk for the first time up here. Started with a really powerful calf that won our first class. She's still probably an outlier out here just in terms of width and shape. Big top, stout bone heifer that's still good out of her hip. One that has so much power, as we talked about in class, her neck sets high, maybe a little coarser up there through her lower shoulder, carrying a little chest in her. Get her out on the go. good footed and good in terms of her length of stride. She'll maybe get a bit rigid in her pasturing ever so slightly when you get her around the ring and could tweak her there. But getting very picky on a very high quality heifer that's certainly in contention out here. Heifer out of Class 2 is a powerful, sound one. Might carry a little extra condition for me out here. Would like to freshen her up in that regard. The red heifer here out of Class 3 is a single entry we're seeing for the first time. Very attractive, very clean necked, very good down her top and long and level out of her hip. Maybe could be a little deeper in the center portion of her body and back to her flank to match her chest floor in terms of balance. Maybe not the stoutest bone one out here, but really attractive in terms of her upper skeleton and her front end. This heifer out of Class 4 is one that just came out of a competitive class. We talked about her in class. Really good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Fresh heifer that's real attractive, like her shape up top and just the way she's built out of her top line. And then the oldest one here, the January pair, is another single entry we're seeing for the first time. Really attractive up through her front end. Like her udder, raising a nice heifer calf here, good in her top line. Cow's maybe a little plainer out of her hind leg, could be a little stouter and square in that regard. You can kind of see that in the calf, maybe a little frailer bone, but very functional in terms of her look and her type and kind. Really good set lineup of Brangus cattle. Let's put our hands together for them, and I'll show you my two favorites.
I need exhibitor 264, Samuel Wilson, back in the arena. Your champion, Brangus, goes to exhibitor 263, Grace Baumgartner, Montgomery, FFA. Your reserve champion goes to exhibitor 264, Samuel Wilson, the Woodlands, FFA. Right, we're going to move into our Beefmaster show. Whoop, y'all watch the gate, calf loose. All right, we're moving into the Beefmaster division. The first class is a single exhibitor, so we'll see her back in the championship drive. We move to Class 3. Exhibitor 268, Caden Dennison, Lake Creek, FFA. 269, Rowdy Crab, Shining Star, 4-H. 270, Hunter Soto, Caney Creek, FFA.
Well, it didn't take much time in this Beefmaster class. I saw two of these heifers earlier in the scramble show. Heifer and second's new, and a good class. I like all three heifers. And I think the two heifers up top have some trade-offs. Still real comfortable with the black Bronco-faced heifer that's going to win. I think she's the best balanced. The freshest one that's a little cleaner up there through her chest floor. She's in built a little longer and leveler out of her hip, and all in all just balances up a shot better. Not as bold ribbed in terms of her forerib, probably not as big footed or boned as the heifer in second. That's why there's a little bit of trade-offs. This red heifer in second, it's really bold ribbed, big footed heifer, still long up there through her neck. I think she's got some really neat parts about her. For a spring heifer calf, she's probably already pushing a little extra condition there through her chest floor for me. When you put her into motion, she doesn't collect herself or top line out of her hip as neat as the heifer that wins the class. Good functional kind of yellow heifer here that's going to be in third. Not as much just foot and bone and dimension as compared to the top pair, but a good class. Let's put our hands together for those Beefmaster exhibitors.
Results of Class 3. First place goes to exhibitor 270, Hunter Soto, Caney Creek, FFA. Second goes 269, Rowdy Crab, Shining Star 4-H. Third goes 268, Caden Dennison, Lake Creek, FFA. This will be Class 4 Beefmaster. Exhibitor 271, Brady Flaus, Grand Oaks, FFA. 272, Tyler Christensen, Conroe, FFA. 273, Travis Christensen, Champion 4-H. Attention Livestock Barn. We have had a iWatch turned in at the announcer stand. If you've lost your iWatch, you'll come up and identify it. We'll let you have it back.
really a nice dark red January-born Beefmaster heifer to start off this class. Really appreciate the shape of her body. One that's not just deep ribs, she still has some shape up high. Really good and balanced, fresh in terms of her condition. Got some foot and bone under. A real nice heifer to win the class. Heifer in second swine, shoulder back, gives you a good in terms of being level in her lines. Sound structured heifer. Maybe a little plainer up through her front end. Probably a little flatter and doesn't have as much dimension and power as our class winner. Heifer that's in third, we talked about her in the scramble show. Big bone, heifer certainly built with some quality. It's unfortunate she's just kind of laboring today. Almost like an injury there in terms of her structure, but a nice class. Let's put our hands together for these Beefmaster exhibitors.
Results class 4, first place goes 271, Brady Flouse, Grand Oaks FFA. Second goes to 273, Travis Christensen, champion 4-H. And third goes to 272, Tyler Christensen, Conroe FFA. Class 5 was a single entry. We will go into class 6. 275, Joanna Peterson, New Caney FFA. 276, Hunter Soto, Caney Creek FFA. And 277, Hope Strasser, Grand Oaks FFA. I need my first and second place Beefmaster from each class back into the arena. We'll have the championship right after this class. First and second place from each class. I will need out of class 2, single entry, 267. Out of class 3, I need exhibitor 270 and 269. Out of class 4, exhibitor 271 and 273. Out of class 5, single entry, 274.
I think a competitive class top to bottom here of 2-year-old Beefmaster heifers, and particularly the top pair. I think certainly had some trade-offs. I kind of went back and forth in my mind. I think the more I study them, I think this red heifer is a bit longer fronted, a little neater up there, the top side of her neck. You get it right behind and on top of the cattle. There's just more to her in terms of real width and real shape. Carrying a little extra condition, like both these heifers up top are through her chest floor, but really neat up through her front end, really wide and shapely from there back. Heifer in second is better in terms of her bottom line. She's deeper in the center portion of her rib. Their bottom line just balances a shot better than our class winner. Big-footed, sound-structured heifer. Really like her when she gets out on the go. Maybe a little shorter neck, carrying a little extra condition through her chest floor, and then gets maybe a little flatter when I get on top of the cattle. Without just getting picky on a good heifer, I thought that was a very close placing. Just letting you know what I see in her, where she stands. A nice heifer here in third, big-footed, sound-structured, just a little plainer and coarser about her head and her neck. And then get behind her, maybe get a little flatter in terms of her rib. But really like her structure when you get out on the go. Nice class. Let's put our hands together for these Beefmaster exhibitors.
Results of Class 6. First place goes to Exhibitor 275, Joanna Peterson, New Caney, FFA. Second goes 276, Hunter Soto, Caney Creek, FFA. Third goes to 277, Hope Strasser, Grand Oaks, FFA. We'll now go for selection of the Beefmaster champion. Class 2 was a single entry, Exhibitor 267, Aubrey Flanagan, Caney Creek Junior, FFA. Out of Class 3, Exhibitor 270, Hunter Soto. Out of Class 4, Exhibitor 271, Brady Flouse from Grand Oaks, FFA. Class 5 was a single entry, Exhibitor 274, Skylar Scott, New Caney, FFA. And out of Class 6, Exhibitor 275, Joanna Peterson, New Caney, FFA. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, bring your heifers to the holding area. Santa Gertrudis, bring your heifers to the holding area.
We've got a nice lineup of Beefmaster heifers in this breed. The first heifer, first time we're seeing her out here, a single entry, June summer-born heifer. I really like how she's built. When I be honest, she gets me pretty hard when she comes in the ring, just in terms of her fundamental build and structure and motion. Really good hind leg. has some foot size and bone, but really good out of her hip and in terms of her motion. She's pretty green today as a summer calf, as you probably would expect. Maybe a little plainer in the way she's built through her front third, but I really like that one's build. Certainly see a lot of future in her. Like the balance and freshness of the black Bronco heifer out of Class 2, one that's certainly a strong contender out here, as well as the heifer out of Class 3. A little different than the one in front of her. The heifer out of Class 3 has a bit more bone and shape and width to her. Maybe not as neat or elite in terms of her look. When she moves, she may be a little lower in her neck, gets up in her top ever so slightly. You can pick in a very good one. I think those two are strong competitors out here. The heifer out of Class 4 is a single entry we're seeing for the first time. Has some really neat pieces. Long-necked, long-bodied kind of heifer that gives you a real attractive look. Maybe a little shallower back there in her flank in relation to her chest floor. Maybe not as just stout in the set to her hind leg as those two heifers right in front of her. Then the heifer that just won a competitive class of 2-year-olds. Really a wide-bodied, long-necked heifer, maybe carrying a little extra condition up there through her chest floor, but heifer that's really good in terms of her build and powerful. Really nice lineup of heifers. Let's put our hands together for these Beefmaster exhibitors. I'll show you my favorites.
I need exhibitor 269, Rowdy Crab, back into the arena. Your champion Beefmaster goes to exhibitor 270, Hunter Soto, Caney Creek, FFA. Your reserve Beefmaster goes exhibitor 271, Brady Flouse, Grand Oaks, FFA. With that, we'll clear the entry. Santa Gertrudis, you need to be in the holding area. Class 3 is a single entry. We'll move to Class 4. Exhibitor 279, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia, FFA. Exhibitor 280, Quincy Walker, Magnolia West, FFA. Santa Gertrudis. I need. Attention to livestock barn. We have a young man that has lost his mutton busting vest. If someone finds a mutton busting vest in the barn, will you please turn it into the announcer's stand? All right, in the Santa Gertrudis breed, first class is a single entry. We will move to class 4. 2 entries, exhibitor 279, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia FFA, and exhibitor 280, Quincy Walker, Magnolia West FFA.
I really like both these Santa Gertrudis heifers in this class, and they're pretty different in terms of their type and kind, but all in all, good structured, good quality in both of them. I really appreciate some pieces of this one. It's going to win the class, brings to the table. Really long neck, to still be really big-footed and stout bone. Comes together with a really good balanced look. Really does a good job getting her put together there. One that has a little more frame size, and maybe you wish she had a bit more shape up high, but still a good bodied heifer. It has some extras in terms of foot, bone, look, neck extension, a little fresher in terms of her condition. Good heifer in second. Like I said, really different in terms of her type and kind. She's got quite a bit more just body width and dimension in relation to her frame size. We compare it to our class winner. Still really sound and functional in terms of her feet, legs, and joints. Just a little plainer in terms of her look. Doesn't have as much just extension, bone, and balance as our class winner. Really good pair of cattle there. Congratulations to both of you.
Results, Class 4. First place goes to 280, Quincy Walker, Magnolia West FFA. Second place goes to Exhibitor 279, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia FFA. Class 5 was a single entry, Exhibitor 282. We'll come back in the championship drive and pick that heifer up. We need Class 6, 283, Kaylee Young, Caney Creek Junior FFA. 284, Ella Hardy, Lake Creek Junior FFA. And 285, Adley Grindstaff, Lake Creek FFA.
good class of Santa Gertrudis females, and there's quite a bit of spread in age in here. I believe a fall-born, essentially a summer-born May that's heavy bred, and a February 2-year-old cow with about a week-old bull calf here, but a lot of quality in all three of them, particularly these top two females. Honestly, just the quality of teat and udder is very impressive. The quality of their structure, feet and legs in both these females is very impressive. And the longer you study them out here, I think this cow puts together a really neat look from the side. High tine in her neck, really good in terms of her balance. All that, I said, even probably more impressive that she just had a calf that's less than a week old. Love her udder and love her structure for sure. I like a lot of stuff about this heifer in second as well. I think she's a May 1st. Looks like she'll calf right around her first birthday here in the next week or two. Really good structured, really proportional in balance. Now she's designed. Love her feet and legs, and then like the size of her teats and spacing of her teats is right on. Looks like she's bred right on. They're certainly a good pair to win the class here. A good heifer in third. Like I said, this is a tough trio of Santa Gertrudis. Good balance, clean neck, fresh kind of a heifer. Probably didn't have the same extension as those top two. Probably not as neat in the set to her hind leg and hip as those top two, but a good heifer, very competitive class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 6. Santa Gertrudis first place goes to give her 285. Adley Grindstaff, Lake Creek, FFA. Second goes to 284. Ella Hardy, Lake Creek Junior, FFA. And third goes to 283. Kaylee Young, Caney Creek Junior, FFA. This will be Class 7. Exhibitor 286, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia, FFA. And 288, Peyton Flynn, Lake Creek, FFA. I need the first and second place Santa Gertrudis in the single entries back into the holding area. The first and second place in my single entries back into the holding area for the championship drive.
Another nice pair of Santa Gertrudis heifers. Heifer up front. I think she turned 2 in January. Looks like she's about to calf here, I'd say, in the next couple weeks. And heavy bred and heifer built with a lot of quality. Certainly a lot to appreciate when she hits the ring. A little extra in terms of foot and bone. For one that has some extra bone, she's still real neat the way she's built up through her shoulder and her front end. Balance is very, very good. Very fresh in the way she's brought to us today. Nice pair here in second. Cow is really sound structured, raising a nice bull calf. The cow, compared to our class winner, probably not as stout or attractive in the set to her hind leg. Probably doesn't balance as good in terms of her depth of rib and her bottom line, but a really good pair there. Congratulations to both of you.
Results of Class 7. First goes to Exhibitor 286, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia, FFA. Second goes 288, Peyton Flynn, Lake Creek, FFA. We'll now go on the breed championship. Class 3 was a single entry, Exhibitor 278, Courtney Duval, champion 4H. Out of Class 4, Exhibitor 280, Quincy Walker, Magnolia West, FFA. Out of Class 5, it was a single entry, 282, Joseph Brandon, New Caney, FFA. Out of Class 6, Exhibitor 285, Adley Grindstaff, Lake Creek, FFA. And out of Class 7, 286, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia, FFA. Simbrah exhibitors. Simbrah, be moving your cattle to the holding area. Simbrah exhibitors, come to the holding area.
I'll tell you what, top to bottom, I'm very impressed with the Santa Gertrudis female show. Really, from the youngest to the oldest, I think we got good cattle, and it's very, very competitive. The heifer out of the first class was a single entry, so the first time we're getting to see her. But good heifer. I'll tell you, one that's a contender out here, big-footed heifer that has some width and some squareness to her, really sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. I think certainly a balanced heifer that comes to us fresh for a calf, and one that's certainly built good and see a lot of future in her. Heifer out of Class 2's one I really liked. Was the first class we got to see in this breed. Long neck, big bone one. Really good in terms of her look. Probably could have a bit more shape there to her forward, maybe just a bit more dimension for her frame size, but hard to build them like that. She's sound with extra bone and extension, a lot of look to her. Heifer out of Class 3 is a single entry, real practical, functional in her kind, probably a little plainer through her chest and through her front third in this competitive lineup, but very functional in her type and kind. I'm going to get back here. We had this pair, came out of a good class, and when we talked about that one in class, really good structured, really like her udder. The size and spacing of her teats is very good, one with a young calf. And Heifer, the cow, once you get her stopped there, gives you a good look. Long neck, really good in terms of her balance. Maybe not the most powerful one out here, but a good one nonetheless. Then the oldest heifer, I think she's about a month or so older than the one with the pair, and heavy bred, about to calf. Extra bone, extra balance in this one. I love her from her chest floor back to her udder in terms of her balance. Good in terms of the angles of her skeleton. Probably the stoutest boned one out here. You get behind her, maybe gets a little coarse, getting picky on her, little coarse about her joints, but one that stands out in terms of balance. So good lineup all the way top to bottom. I really like a handful of these heifers out here and certainly getting in and studying them. But a good lineup. Let's put our hands together for these girth exhibitors. I'll show you my two favorites.
I need 284, Ella Hardy back into the arena. Your champion, San Gertrudis, goes to exhibitor 285, Adley Grindstaff, Lake Creek, FFA. Your reserve champion went to exhibitor 286, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia, FFA. We'll now move into the Simbrah show. Class 4, we will have two entries. First one is a scratch. 293, Ashley Hillman, Magnolia West, FFA. And 294, Mallory Demmer, Magnolia West, FFA. Class 6, Simbrah. Y'all need to be in the holding area. Class 6 Simbrah, you need to be in the holding area.
Get started in the Simbrah show with a nice pair of heifers. Black heifer's got quite a bit more just body and dimension. Still neater up through her front end. Just a little better balanced heifer that's got more body and shape to her. Really fresh in the way she's presented to us today as well. Red heifer's extra long-bodied, big-footed heifer that's stout-featured. It doesn't have nearly as much just depth of body in relation to her front third. Kind of throws off her balance a bit, but a nice pair. Congratulations to both of you.
Results, Class 4, Simbrah. First place goes to 293, Ashley Hillman, Magnolia West FFA. Second goes 294, Mallory Demmer, Magnolia West FFA. This will be Class 6, Simbrah. Exhibitor 296, Michaela Hall, Conroe FFA. 297, Lily Matthews, the Woodlands FFA. And 298, Mallory Demmer, Magnolia West FFA. ABC Division, move your cattle to the holding area. ABC, be coming to the holding area.
got quite a bit of differences in type and kind and just even frame size in this class of Simbrahs. Black Baldy heifer we're going to start with, I think, is just the biggest bodied one. She has just the most to her in terms of dimension in relation to her frame size. Still smooth about her shoulder, still level enough in her lines. I wish she was a little deeper in her flank. She could be just a little stouter about her hind leg. I like her mass and dimension, kind of type and kind in this trio. The kind of yellow heifer in third is built really good. She's got a bit more foot size and bone than the baldy heifer that's going to win the class. Smooth shouldered, real angular in the way she's built. Kind of the question I ask myself is there enough of her? Giving up quite a bit of just mass and shape and dimension, really compared to the other two heifers in this class, but really like how she's built fundamentally. Then the pair, the cow, really long neck, some extra just in terms of frame size and width. Stout hip, kind of gets a little, when you get her in motion, kind of bothers me in her top line a little, kind of breaks behind her shoulder, gets up in her loin, and all that kind of throws off her balance and how she collects herself when you put her into motion. A nice trio. Let's put our hands together for those Simbrah exhibitors.
Results, Class 6, first place goes 297, Lily Matthews, the Woodlands FFA. Second goes 296, Michaela Hall, Conroe FFA. Third goes 298, Mallory Demmer, Magnolia West FFA. We'll now go for selection of the champion Simbrah. I need 293, Ashley Hillman from Magnolia West FFA into the arena. And 297, Lily Matthews, Woodlands FFA. ABC, I need you in the holding area. ABC, you need to be in the holding area.
We've got a nice pair of Simbrah heifers. We just saw both of them win their respective classes. Younger heifer, we talked about her. I think her freshness kind of stands out in this drive, in this division. Good in her rib shape, real neat up through her front end, good in terms of her look. When you put her into motion, you probably change a few things about her. Kind of gets up in her top, kind of back leg. Probably wish it flexed just a bit better, but still certainly sound enough. Probably still the soundest female we've seen in this breed, and one that still comes with some extras in terms of freshness and shape. The black baldy out of the second class, extra powerful one, still pretty balanced in terms of her look. Maybe doesn't have as much just bone, probably not as long out of her hip, just doesn't balance as neat as the youngest heifer. The youngest heifer is going to be our champion. We'll bring in the second for reserve.
I need 294, Mallory Demmer back into the arena. Your champion goes 293, Ashley Hillman, Magnolia West, FFA.
think it's still pretty straightforward when we get out here for reserve. That Baldy heifer is one that's still got a lot of power, still good in terms of her build. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve goes to exhibitor 297, Lily Matthews, the Woodlands FFA. This will be your ABC division. Class 3 was a single entry. Move to Class 4. Exhibitor 300, Hayes Hagemeyer, Willis Jr. FFA. 401, Sierra Mixon trails in 4H. 402, Madeline Nichols, Montgomery County 4H Dog Club. And 403, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia FFA.
Nice class to start off the ABCs. I think a pretty logical class winner. Really big-bodied, dimensional heifer that still puts together with some balance and some look. Got some extra foot size and bone, but really good just in terms of her body and her bottom line to still have some shape and some strength up high. Maybe gets up on her pasture ever so slightly when she gets around the ring, but still very long-striding, sound-made heifer. Comes to us with a lot of quality. She wins the class pretty easily. I thought there were some trade-offs in second, third, and fourth. I studied that a little extra. This red heifer brings some good pieces to the table, though. Really high-necked, really powerful heifer and dimensional in this set. Maybe compared to our class winner, a little rounder out of her hip. Maybe doesn't have as much as depth of body as our class winner, but a powerful heifer with still a quality look. Slides into second there. The brindle heifer, kind of higher percentage Brahman in here. One I like a good bit. She is sound made. Still has some width and dimension to her when you get on top of the cattle. Probably a little shorter neck. Just kind of falls out in this class in terms of balance. But I liked her extra width and rib compared to the heifer that was in fourth. Heifer in fourth is probably as attractive as any of them out here. Really clean necked, really level in her lines. Just gets a little frailer featured. Probably not enough of her for me when I get right up on top of the cattle. Just a little flatter and plainer. But a nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results, Class 4 ABC. First place goes to Exhibitor 300, Hayes Hagemeyer, Willis Jr., FFA. Second goes to 402, Madley Nichols, Montgomery County 4-H Dog Club. Third goes to 401, Sierra Mixon Trails in 4-H. And fourth goes to 403, Jenna Schaefer, Magnolia, FFA. This will be Class 5. Exhibitor 404, Chloe Finley, Champion 4-H Club. 405, Ryan Barron, Montgomery, FFA.
A nice pair, two real functional kind of heifers out here. Silver heifer just kind of brings us some extras to the table. A little longer in terms of her side and her neck. Big-footed heifer that's still real attractive and functional in the way she's built in terms of her structure. Really like how fresh she's brought to us today in terms of her presentation. The black heifer coming out next is probably cleaner in terms of her neck, real clean in terms of her lines. Big-bodied heifer that's real sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. Probably just a little frailer, a little plainer in terms of her foot size and bone compared to our class winner, but a good pair of them. Congratulations to both of you.
Results, Class 5. First place goes to Exhibitor 405, Ryan Barron, Montgomery, FFA. Second goes to 404, Chloe Finley, Champion 4-H Club. We'll now go for selection of our Champion ABC. Out of Class 3, we had a single entry, 299, Caleb Bowen, Champion 4-H. Class 4, Exhibitor 300, Hayes Hagemeyer, Willis Jr., FFA. And out of Class 5, Exhibitor 405, Ryan Barron, Montgomery, FFA. First call, ARB. You need to be in the holding area. ARB, you need to move to the holding area.
We got here in our ABC drive, the young man out of the first class was a single entry. Brings us a real functional heifer, long-bodied. Heifer has some top shape and length and levelness down her top. Pretty good in terms of her feet and leg structure. She gets a little off in terms of her bottom line balance, maybe for me out here, a little higher in her flank and her forehead in relation to having a little more chest. Probably could like to see her balance up a bit better. Comes down between these two older heifers we've seen already win some classes. The black heifer, really good body, just deep bodied, but still has some shape that kind of helps her balance everywhere else. Big bone kind of heifer that's good in terms of her look. We hit on her a little in class when you put her into motion. Plenty sound, but maybe a little short out of her hip. Maybe gets a little rigid on her rear pastern, but a heifer that has some extras in terms of body, dimension, and bone. The silver heifer that comes out next, a little longer-sided kind of heifer. Maybe not as much just overall mass and volume in relation to her frame size as the one in front of her, but plenty there. Really like how she's built. She's long out of her hip. Really good in terms of her structure. She's my favorite in terms of her structure. I still think gives us the best balanced look. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
I need 404, Chloe Finley, back into the arena. Your champion, ABC, went to exhibitor 405, Ryan Barron, Montgomery, FFA.
So I think it's pretty straightforward when we get out here for reserve. Heifer out of class 2's got too much good in terms of her power. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion goes exhibitor 300, Hayes Hagemeyer Willis Jr., FFA. We'll now move to the ARB division. First class was a single entry. We'll move to class 3. Exhibitor 408, Maya Steele, Willis Jr., FFA. 410, Noah Chamberlain, Montgomery, FFA. 411, Madeline Dixon, Lake Creek, FFA. And 412, Kendall Wiot, Champion 4-H Club. Exhibitor 408, Mia Steele, Willis Jr., FFA. You need it in the holding area. Your class is coming in. American Division champions and reserve champions be getting ready to come back to the arena. American Division champions and reserve champions be getting ready to come back to the arena. We're looking for exhibitor 414 and 416 in the holding area. 414 and 416 to the holding area.
A nice class to start off our ARB show. It really got four differences, just in four real different kind of heifers in terms of type and kind and frame size. Real powerful though, high quality. I think silver one that's going to lead off pretty quick. One that she kind of overwhelms you and you get behind them just in terms of width and shape and mass, but then still from the side, she balances the best. Really neat and fresh up front. Good in terms of her lines. I think a nice, powerful gray heifer to win. Still good heifer here in second. Really like the center portion of her body and her shape. Really good balanced kind of a heifer. Maybe not as long up through her front end as a heifer that wins. Sound heifer, but when she gets out on the go, maybe gets a little rigid on her rear pasture, not as secure the way her back leg hits the ground. I honestly think there's some trade-offs here in third and fourth. The Baldy's just got more quality in terms of her look, in terms of balance. Good in her top line, stout bone. I think it's a little more upright in the angle to her hock today. Still probably the narrowest and flattest when we get on top of the cattle. The red Baldy here going to come out next. Really easy fleshing, big body, functional. Just gets a little plainer out of her hip and out of her hind leg. Nice class. Let's put our hands together for those ARB exhibitors.
Results Class 3. First place goes to 412, Kendall Weod, champion 4H. Second goes to 408, Maya Steele, Willis Jr., FFA. Third goes to 410, Noah Chamberlain, Montgomery, FFA. Fourth goes to 411, Madeline Dixon, Lake Creek, FFA.
414, we're waiting on them. 414? Yeah.
414, Preslin Rutherford. You need to be in the arena. 414, Preslin Rutherford. You need to be in the arena. This is Class 4, Exhibitor 414, Preslin Rutherford, Caney Creek FFA, and 415, Eli Calvo, Splendora Jr., FFA.
honestly, I think both these heifers are really close in terms of their placing. I think they're a lot alike in terms of their type and kind. Both clean neck, both have good body, good structured. Both of them maybe a little light in terms of foot and bone. Both probably could just stouten up in terms of their hip. When I break them down, I think the black heifer here is a little cleaner neck. I still think she has more shape to her forerib and shape and width up high. Good, sound, structured, functional kind of heifer. Can drop her down her flank a little and just stouten up her hind leg. The gray heifer coming out next, maybe it is just a bit deeper back there to her flank, but this gets a little rawer there behind her shoulder today, a little flatter in terms of her forerib when I get up on top of her today, but a good, sound-made kind of heifer. I thought this pair was very close. Congratulations to both of you.
Results, Class 4, ARB. First place goes to 415, Eli Calbo, Splendor Jr., FFA. Second goes to 414, Preston Rutherford, Caney Creek, FFA. This will be Class 5, Exhibitor 416, Sloan Gregson, Fur and Feathers 4H. 295, Ashley Hillman, Magnolia West, FFA. American Division, I need my breed and reserve champions to be moving back towards the holding area. The breed champions and reserve breed champions be moving back towards the holding area for the American Division.
Good pair of ARBs here, and I think see quality in both of them. Just see some advantages, particularly get them into motion. The structure and body. This black baldy heifer comes to the top, a little looser in her spine, just a little looser, sounder in the way she goes out of her rear leg and pasturing. Young ladies been working at home, fresh-haired, big-bodied kind of heifer that's real sound and functional. Maybe carrying a little extra condition up through her chest floor and around her tail head. But a real functional heifer that's certainly got a lot of quality. Heifer in second is a little cleaner in her condition. She's longer and cleaner up through her front end. Really good balance, square built kind of a heifer. Or when you put her into motion, she probably just doesn't collect her top line, collect herself structurally quite as good as the heifer that wins, in my opinion. Nice pair. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Results, Class 5. First place goes to 416, Sloan Gregson, Fur and Feathers 4H. Second goes 295, Ashley Hillman, Magnolia West, FFA. We'll now go for selection of the champion ARB. Out of Class 2, I had a single entry, Sidney Greer, Lake Creek, FFA. Out of Class 3, Exhibitor 412, Kendall Weod, Champion 4H. Out of Class 4, Exhibitor 415, Eli Calbo, Splendora Jr., FFA. Out of Class 5, Exhibitor 416, Sloan Gregson, Fur and Feathers 4H. Back to the holding area, I will need out of the Brahman Division, Exhibitor 234 and 243. Out of the Brangus Division, Exhibitor 263 and 264. Out of the Beefmaster Division, Exhibitor 270, 271. Out of the Santa Gertrudis, Exhibitor 285 and 286. Out of the Simbrah, 293 and 297. Out of the ABC, 300 and 405.
Nice lineup of ARB cattle out here. We had one single entry. The youngest one, the young lady brings us. We haven't seen her yet. Talk about her first. Real sound, functional in her kind, neat bodied, kind of a heifer. Still pretty green and probably with that a little flatter when you get right up on top of her. Maybe not as neat in the set to her hip and her hind leg. Get past that, we have the three class winners we just saw. They all bring some good to the table. The great Hereford one that stands out here once you stop them from the side. Very fresh, very balanced. For it to be real neat up through her front third, to have that kind of body, dimension, and power from behind. Real stout and square when she sets down her hind leg. Kind of fight the halter out here. At times you maybe wish she took just a bit longer of a stride. I think that's part of her kind of fighting the halter and fighting the ring. But good at the ground in terms of being squared, secure, good in her pasture. Heifer with a lot of quality and a lot of power. The next heifer we talked about her. Neat pieces, long neck, big body. Wish she's a little stouter and square about her hip and her hind leg. And the baldy heifer, massive in terms of her bone and her body. Heifer that's maybe carrying a little extra condition today, but really sound, really functional in her kind. So really good lineup of ARBs. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors. I'll show you my favorites.
I need 408 Maya Steele back into the arena. Your champion ARB goes to exhibitor 412, Kendall Weod, champion 4H. $293, Ashley Hillman, champion Simmental.
We bring in the second place behind the breed champion we talked about in class. Really good in terms of her body shape and her muscle. Still neat through her chest floor and her front end. Pick on her a little in the way she sets down her rear pasture, and it really comes down between her and the oldest heifer, the baldy heifer. Two heifers that are really different, a little in terms of type and kind and just the stages of the game that they're in. I think the younger heifer here is a lot fresher in terms of her condition, has a bit more shape to her. The older heifer is probably a little more secure about her rear foot and just her structure, and maybe getting a little past her prime in terms of her condition. So I think that's close. I see quality in both of them. I think I'm going to side with the middle balance. Freshest shape today, and this one she's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve ARB goes to exhibitor 408, Maya Steele. All right, we're fixing to move into selection of our champion American division. Before that, I need, if Paul or Becky Zalman from Zalman Landing Cattle, or if they're here, I need them into the arena. And also Gregson Cattle Company, I need them, a representative from Gregson Cattle, into the arena. Zalman Landing Cattle are presenting the Grand Champion buckle for the American, and the Gregson Cattle Company will be giving the Reserve Champion buckle. Okay, I need the grand and reserves from the American breeds into the holding area. We will bring the champions into the arena. I need out of the representing the Brahman division, exhibitor 234, Marion Stevens, New Caney, FFA. For the Brangus, I need exhibitor 263, Grace Baumgardner, Montgomery, FFA. For Beefmaster, I need exhibitor 270, Hunter Soto, Caney Creek, FFA. For the Santa Gertrudis, I need 285, Adley Grindstaff, Lake Creek, FFA. For the Simbrah, exhibitor 293, Ashley Hillman, Magnolia West, FFA. For the ABC, need exhibitor 405, Ryan Barron, Montgomery, FFA. And for the ARB, exhibitor 412, Kendall Wiat, Champion 4H.
tell you what, this has been fun to get through these American cattle this morning. I'm not going to say I didn't expect the quality because I got to judge the show last year and kind of knew what was coming. A lot of cattle, a lot of breeding cattle, particularly for a county show or any show, and really good quality all the way through, and particularly the Americans. And I've been very, very pleased. I really thought each breed champion really stood out within those breeds very well. Probably didn't know exactly which one I was going to land on once we got out here, but extremely good quality top to bottom. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. I think we got some really good ones to represent the American breed.
I need 286. Jenna Schaefer back into the arena. Your champion, American Division, goes to the Santa Gertrudis, exhibitor 285, Adley Grindstaff, Lake Creek, FFA. Your reserve champion, American Division, goes to the champion Brahman, exhibitor 234, Marin Stevens, New Caney, FFA. Everybody else is released. English Division. English Division, stay where you are. They're going to take about a 5-minute break. Then we'll move into the English Division. That's 11:50. Yeah, there is. You going to English? Yeah, we're going to English. If it's a single entry, we wait, just bring it back at the end of the break. Championship drive. I just got to put my places down here. You can see, I'll put my places down here and then pick my champion reserve. Is that breed champion that you get there? Okay. That's breed champion reserve. And at the end of each division, they have the place for you to put the American. Okay. And we have a grand at the end of the so those are coming back, the Americans are coming back? Okay. Well, you'll be back before then. Yeah. That's overall. Yeah. Okay. Junior, senior show. Lamb shows okay. It ain't starting at 4. Is that what you say? It ain't starting.
Yeah, thank you. Terry, did you get your food? Did you get your I'm good. Yeah, for the until Terry gets back. He's got to go somewhere for about an hour. Mm-hmm. Get him to get on the gate. Boy, some big burgers. Yeah. Usually we don't. We want a small break. Yeah. Gary, did you get yours? What? Touch one the other two or four. Quite frankly, that's what we should have. This is Southeast Texas. They got slack going on, or is it the ranch rodeo? Already started? Oh, is it? Tell him 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We're going to kick off. He's still eating. Okay. So we didn't order too many. They just hadn't all got theirs yet.
Yeah. Riley Morgan. I think we ordered one.
Maybe one too many.
One extra. But you never know who's going to talk.
Well, I said 19, and Tim said, how about 20? Yeah, because she got her hands on it. Oh, is she?
Who wrote Hi Dad?
Marcy, have you got yours yet? Got yours yet? Oh, okay. Now, you know what? Me too. Before we get up here.
Just a single. And I'm counting the sodas I'm drinking through the year.
You got a good batch this year.
Is there one over there? Oh, like the house right there. That's a fair question. I'm gonna throw it away. But that's not our. Yeah. I didn't ever see anybody.
Cook off awards.
Yeah. Then I can catch it. But you know what I'm doing. I can do it. My husband being chairman of that. That's Tracy's chair.
You get yours back.
Chili is the by herself. Chili is the pizza. It's a plain without pizza. And a large beer. What if I mess it up? Like, you open it and there ain't no messing up. This all of it.
Yeah. I saw him. Yeah, I saw him. We passed.
Why don't you do that fluor like like right there.
Oh, that cooler's fine. I'm not going to trip on it. They're okay.
So we'll be, first class will be going in 5 minutes.
All right, we're going to get the show kicked back off here in just a few minutes when the judge makes it back into the arena. We need Class 3 into the holding area. We also need Class 5 into the holding area as well, and Class 7. We'll get this going in just a few minutes and have a good show this afternoon.
Switched over. It's a new show.
It's a new show.
Oh, no, you're fine.
You ready? All righty, we got the judge back in the arena. Everybody get your places. Let's get rolling here in just a second. Class 3 will start off with Kristen St. Clair from Montgomery FFA, Eli Cabo from Splendor Junior FFA.
You said something wrong. Neighbor wrong? You said your neighbor wrong.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything wrong.
Your neighbor wrong? Who is it?
Splendor Junior FFA. Eli. I said Eli.
Okay, that's all.
All right, coming into the arena, Kristen St. Clair, and then Eli Cabo. In the holding area, we need Bailey Traylor and Mallory Majors. Also need Kylie Gregory in the holding area.
Are you second place? Yes. Already? Take your time. If you're still eating, finish eating.
Good pair of females to start off the Angus show here. Black Heifer's one, certainly you gotta like when she just walks in the ring. Really good and true in terms of her feet and legs and structure. Up-headed heifer that's good-bodied. She could hook in just a bit stronger there behind her shoulder, but a good structured one that still has a lot of look up through her front end. Good red heifer in second. Heifer in second is stronger in her top line, a little better there just in terms of her top line. Good body, good in her forehead, very feminine. Probably just a little frailer bone, but doesn't have as neat of a set or a square of a set to her hind leg as a heifer that wins. But a good pair of them. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Class 3 winner, Eli Calbo. Second place finisher, Kristen St. Clair. We'll go to Class 5. We have Bailey Traylor from Champion 4-H. Mallory Majors from Magnolia FFA.
Nice summer-born coming 2-year-old is going to win this class. Just really good bodied and massive in terms of her shape to still be really good and true in terms of her structure. Love her, the length and levelness of her hip, way her top line, tail, it all comes together, all fits together in a really good, balanced, quality package. Real functional, more moderate, red one here in second. Really good-hearted, bold and deep in her forerib. Heifer's got some extra dimension to her. Not as long and level out of her hip. Probably just doesn't balance like the class winner does, but a real good functional one there nonetheless. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Class 5 winner is Exhibitor 420, Mallory Majors, Magnolia FFA. Your second place finisher is Exhibitor 419, Bailey Traylor, Champion 4-H. We'll now have the drive. We've got a single entry from Class 7, so I need Eli Calbo from Class 3, Mallory Majors from Class 5, and Kylie Gregory from Class 7 into the arena. All Herefords, make your way to the holding area. All Herefords, make your way to the holding area.
Four
424 is Hereford, yes. Exhibitor 424, if you could make your way to the holding area. Exhibitor 424. That's Caitlin Clapper. Because they're single entrants. Okay.
We've got a single entry, a red Angus pair, the oldest class we haven't seen yet. Fall-born cow with the fall-born calf, doing a good job. There's a nice heifer calf at the side. Cow's really good neck, good bone. Not as much middle, probably be ideal today, but she's doing a good job raising a healthy calf. Good set of Angus cattle out here. The heifer out of the middle, I think, is a standout in terms of her structure, freshness, to have a lot to her. She's going to be our champion. We'll bring in the second place.
Your champion Angus is Mallory Majors. We need Bailey Traylor back into the arena.
Maybe gets a little closer and some differences in type and kind for reserve. So I think there's one that matches what we're looking for in terms of having a lot of presence, really good in terms of her structure. The one out of Class 1B reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve goes to Eli Calbo. All right, now we're going to move into our Herefords. We've got several single entries, so we're going to move down to Class 4. We've got Exhibitor 424, Caitlin Clapper. Exhibitor 425, Chloe Finley.
The meetings are a separate class, right?
Yeah, they're separate.
Okay.
Anyway, and I want to know whenever the headliners come. So probably we're the middle of the way. So now we're down like the 10 or so, but still.
Yep.
Good pair of Hereford heifers in here, and I think they both bring some quality and look to the table. There's more body in the heifer that's going to win, a little deeper hearted, a little deeper through her center, and all that helps her balance a little bit better. Real feminine up through her front third. Heifer's good when you put her into motion, real fresh in terms of her condition. A nice heifer in second, really long neck, big top. She's really wide and square out of her hip. Gotta like all that about her. Heifer, I think, just hits you with the quality look. Not as much depth and softness to her body. Probably not as attractive in the set to her hind leg, but still plenty functional. Good pair of Herefords. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Class 4 winner, Exhibitor 424, Caitlin Clapper. Second place, Exhibitor 425, Chloe Finley. Now we'll have the breed drive. We've got several single entries out of Class 2. Exhibitor 422, Catherine Chamberlain. Out of Class 3, Exhibitor 423, Thomas Chamberlain. Then I'll need Caitlin Clapper back in, Exhibitor 424. And then I'll need single entry from Class 6, Exhibitor 426, Noah Chamberlain. I need the miniatures to make their way to the holding area. All the miniatures make your way to the holding area. Also, Shorthorn, start making your way to the holding area as well.
We get out here in the Hereford Drive. 3 of the 4 single entries we'll talk about here for the first time. The youngest June summer-born calf here. He's got a lot of future too. A good-bodied, long-necked heifer that's real feminine. It's real angular in the way she's put together. Good and sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. Maybe doesn't balance 100% today from her chest floor back to her flank, but good in her top line. Smooth-made, fresh summer-born heifer. March heifer right behind her is one really long-bodied, big-footed kind of heifer that's sound-made. I could see her just be a bit stouter and a bit square back there out of her hip, help her balance up. Heifer out of the 3rd class we just saw, and a good pair of cattle. Good heifer, just fresh, really neat and angular up front to still have some width and squareness and stoutness from behind. Sound-made heifer that's fresh in this lineup. Then the oldest heifer is one certainly has some really good pieces you got to appreciate. Big-footed, big-bodied, powerful heifer that really is good in terms of motion. Real square and secure in the way she sets down to the ground. Heifer's probably just turned 2 and looked like she's getting pretty close to calving. Maybe carrying a little extra condition through her front third. Her tail head maybe sits a little high on her top line, but really got to appreciate how she's built for having that much substance, still get around and move that good. So a really good lineup. I think the one that stands out for me just in terms of freshness and quality is heifer out of Class 3. She'll be your champion.
Your champion Hereford is Caitlin Clapper. I need entry exhibitor 425, Chloe Finley, back into the arena. All the Shorthorns start making your way to the holding area. Shorthorns make your way to the holding area.
I think he gets closer for reserve. Got a handful of heifers out here. Certainly bring some good parts and pieces to the table. Like the power and the structure of this oldest heifer, though. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve Hereford goes to exhibitor 426, Noah Chamberlain, Montgomery, FFA. We'll now move to our minis. We're actually single entries in our minis, so we'll bring them all in at one time. So we'll have exhibitor 427, Cody Vingos, and exhibitor 429, Caleb Bowen. Once again, we need all Shorthorns to the holding area. All Shorthorns to the holding area.
That's yours.
I didn't know you did the announcing stuff.
I used to do all the little ones out our way. The only thing they use me for now is the freezer cell.
I used to announce barrel races. Those barrel races, and I was a director and stuff, so I announced that.
I actually still do the Montgomery FFA one too.
You got that voice. You sound like an announcer. Place where you get a blue ribbon and a red ribbon. No, a blue ribbon for each class. Yes. And the green ribbon for each.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, gotcha. I did it right.
A pair of young exhibitors out here with two good miniature Hereford heifers. Two heifers, though, that are pretty different in terms of their type and kind. Young lady's younger heifer up front, a little neater in terms of her look and balance. Really smooth shouldered, real attractive up to her front end. She's a little longer and leveler out of her hip. Not built with as much power or bone as the older heifer. The older and dark red heifer's really bold rib, really big footed, a lot of power built into her. Kind of with the maturity, maybe getting a little more chest floor, little shoulder to her, really fresh haired one that's big bodied. I think there's a lot of trade off between the two. I said, you want one that's a little better looking, or you want one with a little more power. I thought when we put them into motion today, the young lady's a little more correct in the way she got out and go on the feet and legs. She's going to be our champion. Young man's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion mini is Cody Vinhouse, and your reserve is Caleb Bowen. We have a couple of single entries in Shorthorns, and then we'll drop down to Class 4. We'll need Exhibitor 433, Kaylee Corley, and Exhibitor 434, Kaylee Corley. I'm sorry.
Just got to it. Are all of them in the holding area?
Also, we need in the holding area Exhibitor 435 and 436. Into the holding area, please. Also need Exhibitor 438 and 439 into the holding area.
Because now we're going to start voting.
Yeah.
So Americans, there's so many.
Yeah, we got a bunch of Charolais
Yeah,
too.
we do. And you know, we have Limousin. Well, Limousines and Limousin that show together now.
Combined.
Yes, and all the keys show together. They had 0.0001% key in them. They show with the keys. Yeah. So what's the purpose?
Shouldn't be a breed.
Well, the purpose is this. Those that are breeding for show steers, they have a way out of getting their animals out. But still, they should not. I think 25% is about it. Then again, I think they should have to be. But then again, you've seen full blood kids.
Nobody wants it.
I guess that's why they started doing all this.
Really good pair of fall-born Shorthorn heifers out here, and really I think they're a lot alike, and I think they both bring a lot of good to the table. There are some little differences. I think the young lady's heifer has some advantages. Once she stops there, she's a little better in the way her shoulder lays onto her body and a little stronger in her top line, also a little deeper in her flank. All in all, I think balance is a little better. I just think there's more of her, too, when you get on top of the cattle. Really massive-bodied heifer that still has a good look to her, good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Heifer in second, like I said, I really like both these heifers. That's a long-necked, deep-bodied one, really good out of her hip and her hind legs standing there. Really gives you a really neat look. Maybe it's a little weaker in her top line, like it's a little shallower bodied, probably not as massive as the one that wins, but a good pair of them there. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Class 4 winner, Exhibitor 434, Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA. Second place finisher, Exhibitor 433, Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA. We'll go into Class 5. I need Exhibitor 435, Rosie Knight, and Exhibitor 436, Kenna Davis, both from Conroe FFA.
Last class we had two similar colored roan heifers, and here we got two very similar colored red heifers with white underlines. I think they're pretty close in terms of the placing as well. The more I kind of study them, though, I think the heifer up front has just a little more look and balance and eye appeal, a little longer neck. Particularly, she balances better from her chest floor back to her flank because she's deeper flanked and a little neater about her chest floor. Square-hipped, sound-made kind of heifer that has some eye appeal. Heifer in second's a little more moderate framed. I think she's a bit bigger topped, maybe has a bit more shape to her upper rib. Like I said, once you stop them from the side, probably doesn't hit you with as much balance, particularly there from her chest to her flank. Maybe not as neat of a set to her hip and her hind leg, but a good pair of them. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Class 5 winner, Exhibitor 436, Kenna Davis, Conroe FFA. Second place finisher, Exhibitor 435, Rosie Knight, Conroe FFA. We're now going to go into the breed drive. We'll have single entries out of Class 2. Exhibitor 430, Jessica Taylor. Exhibitor 431 out of Class 3, Mark Muirhead from Splendora FFA. We'll have out of Class 4, we'll have... Out of Class 4, we'll have Kaylee Corley, Exhibitor 434 from Willis FFA. Out of Class 5, we'll have Kenna Davis, Exhibitor 436, Conroe FFA. Out of Class 7, we'll have Exhibitor 440, Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. We need all the Charolais from Class 3 and 4 to the arena, please. Charolais, Class 3 and 4 to the holding area, I'm sorry. Class 3 and 4, Charolais to the holding area.
English Bud and Tabitha Aragon.
Okay.
And I guess, I don't know who's doing that, but I'll find out later. And then announcements also do that.
Okay, because I didn't do that one ago. Sorry.
Oh, we're tired again.
You want them to award the buckle?
Yeah, they're gonna work.
Is Morgan's going to do this one?
She's her parents are.
Okay.
But she's supposed to call them and tell them to go down. She was calling them. And Tracy's gonna do this other.
Should I make that announcement now?
Yeah.
Your grand buckle on the English breed will be Bud and Tabitha Aragon are sponsoring that. And your reserve buckle for the English will be in memory of Charles Traylor and Paul Walker. I need the champion and reserve champions from the Angus and the Herefords to the holding area. Champions and reserve champions from the Angus and Herefords to the holding area. Also the minis, the champion and reserve to the holding area, please.
Well, we've got a good lineup of Shorthorn females out here. We got a few single entries to talk about as well. Start with really young heifer calf, the one that brings a lot of quality to this lineup. Good in terms of her lines, good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Really like the shape and depth of her center body there. Still be neat up through her front end. Maybe gets a little frailer bone. Maybe have a bit more foot size, but I think that'll come. I think that heifer's got a lot of future in terms of the way she's built and her balance. Another single entry out of the second class here. Really long-necked heifer. Got a lot of growth, got a lot of performance to her. Going to be a bigger frame cow. Heifer today probably gives up some just width and shape and dimension in this lineup. Heifer out of Class 3 is certainly one of the contenders out here. Came out of a nice pair of cattle. Really big-bodied, really good out of her hip, really good out of her hind leg. Heifer, that balance is good and has got a lot to her. Maybe care pushing a little extra condition up there through her chest floor, but a lot of good there in terms of feet and leg structure, and big-bodied, strong in terms of her lines. We just saw this one in a nice pair of cattle. Long-bodied, got some extra bone. Maybe gets a little weak in her top line and loin there. Maybe not as much depth of body as the two heifers on either side of her. And the oldest, this pair is the first time we're getting to see them in this champion drive being a single entry. Really impressive just how good built the cow is. Good footed, good jointed, good in terms of her motion. Really big bodied, which is hard to do. I know when you got a pair that just calved a month or two ago. Really good bodied and good in terms of her structure. I like the size of her teats, the spacing, and probably the balance of her udder. You can pick on a little bit, but you can tell she's raising a good calf. At least the size of her teats is good, which I think is very important. Really good just in terms of her structure and her body. I really think it gets close between the pair and the heifer out of Class 3. I think they're both built with a lot of quality. I think they're both cattle that bring a lot of good to the table. Let's put our hands together for these Shorthorn exhibitors. I'll show you my favorite.
Your champion Shorthorn, Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Your reserve champion, Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA. Now into the arena. I'll need our champion Angus, exhibitor 420, Mallory Majors. I'll need our champion Hereford, Caitlin Clapper, exhibitor 424. I'll need our champion Mini, Cody Vinhaus, exhibitor 427. And I'll need our champion Shorthorn, Lauren Gates, exhibitor 440, into the arena. Once again, the English Breeze, the grand champion buckle is from Bud and Tabitha Aragon. And the reserve champion buckle is in memory of Charles Traylor and Paul Walker.
we get out here in the British lineup, not as many breeds or numbers as the Americans, but the quality's there. Good cattle all the way through and very good cattle to represent each breed. I think we got one that's a standout out here, certainly fresh and ready to go and built with quality. Then we got another one that follows her really well just in terms of being really functional, good cattle. Let's put our hands together for these British exhibitors. I'll show you my favorites.
Your champion is exhibitor 420, Mallory Majors, Magnolia FFA. I need exhibitor 419. No, I'm sorry. Not exhibitor 419, exhibitor 418. And your reserve is Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Now we're moving to our Charolais, our class. In class 3, we need exhibitor 441, 442, 443, 444, and 445. Are we ready? Entering the arena, exhibitor 441, Kale Rose, trailer, Willis Jr. FFA. Exhibitor 442, Reese Vonderhooy, Lake Creek FFA. Exhibitor 443, Chase Godwin, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. Exhibitor 444, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin 4-H Club. Exhibitor 445, Jordan Miles, Magnolia West FFA. I need class 4 Charolais into the holding area. And class 7 over into the holding area as well. Class 4 and class 7 to the holding area.
get into the Charolais show here. This is the deepest class we've had today. Pretty easily, just 5 real nice heifers in here, and I think there's some trade-offs, particularly in these top 2, but I genuinely like all 5 of them. I think good cattle, and it's hard to not like a lot about all of them. Good pair of them that are just a little different. When they stop from the side like this, it's hard to deny the one that wins. That balance, proportion with that kind of look up through her front third is very unique and very striking. I wish she moved a little better. I think part of it's her kind of fighting the halter, fighting the shaving. She kind of wants to shuffle back legs a little bit, but at the ground, her feet are good. Her angles are good. She has plenty of flex. Just probably ain't perfect just in terms of how square and coordinated she's going off her rear too. But she's wild looking from the side. It's a lot of power and shape. I think it is close, and there is some trade-off because I think the Heifer in second does set down a little square. She probably just functions a little neater out of her hock today. And still a good body, good balance, very fresh Heifer here in second. Compared to the one that wins, not as square out of her hip, just not as extra in terms of her lines or her look up front. But a good, sound, balanced Heifer, second in a good class. Like I said, second in the toughest class today so far. Very good Heifer in third. Young lady does a good job showing her. Very fresh, very attractive, good neck, good in her top line, good in her top shape. You stand her next to those top 2, there's not as much of her, not as much just depth and spring down low, not as much just foot size and bone. Kind of gets outmassed in that regard, in my opinion, but a fresh, very good looking one with a lot of quality. Third in a very good class. Power Heifer here, young man's got coming out next. Very moderate, very good ribbed. Looks like a very low input one down the road. Just gets a little shorter, a little plainer in her front third in this deep of a class. A very nice Heifer coming out next. We saw her in the Scramble show. Talked about liking how neat neck she is and round-bodied she is. Today she's probably not as stout or elite in the banner back leg compared to some of the cattle higher in the class. Really good set. Let's put our hands together for these Charolais exhibitors.
Your Class 3 Charolais winner, Exhibitor 444, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin 4-H. Your second place finisher, Reese Bonderhoy, Lake Creek FFA, Exhibitor 442. Your third place finisher, Exhibitor 441, Kale Rose Trailer, Willis Jr. FFA. Your fourth place finisher, Exhibitor 443, Chase Godwin, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. And your fifth place finisher, Exhibitor 445, Jordan Miles, Magnolia West FFA. Now we'll go to Class 4. We've got Exhibitor 446, Reese Bonderhoy, Exhibitor 447, Chase Godwin, and Exhibitor 448, Brianna Billingsley, Montgomery FFA.
similar to the last class, these classes are good. There's not one you dislike in here. I think it's 3 good heifers, and it's really different things, little things that divide them, but a good trio here. And I think the heifer that's going to come to the top's the freshest. She's the neatest about her shoulder and up there through her chest floor. And even with her being, she's not just the neatest neck, still really fresh in her condition, good in her lines, like her rib shape and like her movement. I think a good, fresh kind of heifer to win. The heifer in second, like I said, I like all 3 of these heifers this Charolais show has been very good in terms of quality. This heifer in second is probably the absolute deepest and most massive bodied one. Really good and level out of her hip, smooth in terms of her lines. I got a little more chest floor in relation to her flank, and it throws off her balance and freshness just a little bit. Hope the young man's all right. Good heifer in third. Like I said, these 2 classes of Charolais have been impressive. Stout and square when you get right up on top of the cattle. Stops, got a good set to her hip and her hind leg. Maybe a little shorter neck. Maybe pushing a little more finish up there through her front third, through her chest floor. But a really good class. The Charolais show has been impressive. Congratulations.
Your Class 4 winner is Exhibitor 446, Reese Vonderhooy, Lake Creek FFA. Your second place finisher, Exhibitor 447, Chase Godwin, Lake Creek Junior FFA. And your third place finisher, Exhibitor 448, Brianna Billingsley, Montgomery FFA. We'll need our first place class winners. We've got a single entry in Class 7, and then we'll need our Class 3 winner, Molly Moss, Exhibitor 444. Class 4 winner, Exhibitor 446, Reese Vonderhooy. And then Class 7, Exhibitor 449, Sarah Beth Cathy into the arena. We also need all the keys to start making their way to the holding area. The keys to the holding area. I need Class 1, 3, 4, and 5. Once again, all keys, including Class 7, to the holding area.
been a good Charolais show today. This last class winner here was a single entry. We hadn't seen yet a pair. Good cow, sound, really long necked, raising a stout bull calf. Cow's probably, taking probably more from her than you expect. As a bull calf is really stout and healthy. Cow's probably compositionally a little thin. Not a lot of first calf heifers will get. Maybe gets just a little flatter, hollower there in her center body, but really like her build and quality, raising a good calf. I thought it was a good show. I thought that first class was really tough. The first class is going to be our breed winner, and we'll bring in the second place. Congratulations.
We need exhibitor 442, Reese Vonderhooy.
She got it.
Looking for reserve, I think it's pretty straightforward. I thought that was a really good class and certainly even a tough pair. The second place out of the class one's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve is Reese Vonderhooy, Lake Creek FFA. Champion once again, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4-H Club. Now we're going into the keys. Class 1 was a single entry, so we're going to Class 3, where we have exhibitor 451, Tyler Odom, Splendora FFA. We have exhibitor 452, Mason Cochran from New Caney FFA. In exhibitor 453, Sierra Mixon, Trails in 4-H. Once again, all keys to the holding area. All keys to the holding area, and all limousines be on the lookout. All limmies be on the lookout.
It's a government to make sure it has the legal documents. And that would be administrative. Yeah.
You okay?
Something else.
Those are all supposed to be what they want from each other. That's good.
All right.
Minutes.
Yes. Possibly.
We had them all different kind of type and kind of colors in here, but a good class. I think these top two have some trade-offs, but you get them out here from the side, the more painted up black and white heifer there, just has more middle, more balance to her, particularly from her chest to her bottom line. Really good body, really good in terms of her top line, the way her hip and tail head lay in there. Good set to her hind leg. Get in front of her. She could be maybe just a little bolder there in her forehead, but a really attractive, good body, good balanced one. This Black Baldy Heifer in second's got great hair. Young lady has done her homework at home. High quality hair, big footed, sound structured heifer. Got some middle, got some length up to her neck. Kind of just gets a little shallower flank. It just kind of throws off her whole look and balance for me compared to the class winner. Really powerful yellow roan this young man's got coming out next. Probably the most powerful muscular heifer in here pretty easily. Not as stout boned, probably not as comfortable the way she walks off her rear too, but real powerful, neat color about her. That's a good class. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
All right, your Class 3 winner, Mason Cochran, New Caney FFA. Second place finisher, Sierra Nixon, Trails in 4-H. Third place finisher, Tyler Odom, Splendora FFA.
Larry had a lead.
You like that?
All right, now we're entering Class 4. We've got Sloan Gregson, Exhibitor 454, Fur and Feathers 4-H. We've got Maddox Steele, Exhibitor 455, Willis FFA. And we've got Exhibitor 457, Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA.
Yeah, your voice is up there on the radio. I was like,
Well, last year, Terry thought he was going to be gone one day. I said, if you did, let me know. I come up today, he says, I got to leave for 2 hours. Can you cover me? I said, yeah. It's okay. I think that's the way next year I'll say I'm going to be gone for 2 days, and then it'll be 3 days.
does he do all the shows?
This year he's doing all the shows. Used to, they had a couple other people, but recently it's been just him. Tom Jacobs used to do chickens, I think.
Mr. Murdian.
Yeah.
When did he retire?
Oh, because
Colby was asking for you, and I was like, I don't even know.
which one graduated? He quit in Minnesota. Because he quit doing our local show. I started doing our local show 20-something years ago. Because he always did the local one too. And then he quit.
Yeah, you did that one last time whenever I was in school.
Well, I stumbled through him. I messed up her principal's name.
Granted, they're just very house. She likes people in the Are they rocket chaser? Still in the majors?
class of 3, and honestly, Heifer's a little different. They're type and kind. You probably I would place them different, just standing still, but really prioritize just motion and structure. And when you put them into motion, the Heifer that wins very comfortably for me because she's the most just comfortable in her motion. The way she goes out of her spine, the way her feet hit the ground. Very comfortable, long striding one that's still good in balance once you stop her. She's not as extreme as the others in some spots, maybe through her neck in terms of her power, but really correct in the way she's built, and just her structural correctness is why she wins. Heifer in second does got a really good look about her. Awesome headed and necked to be massive bodied. Really gives her a really good balanced look. Heifer that's still good when you put her into motion. She'll maybe pop her pastern every now and then. Maybe then collect her top line as neat as the one that wins. Love her standing there, that kind of body, that feminine up through her front end. I love the bone and balance of this one. When you stop her, when they're stopped, I can make a good argument for this one to win the class. And she still moves good. It's just her top line gets a bit off when you put her into motion. Once kind of get up in the middle of her spine and break in her loin, it just doesn't collect herself as neat as those top 2 for me. But I like a lot about this Heifer. Big-footed one that really balances up good. That was a nice class, very competitive class. Congratulations to all 3 of those exhibitors.
All right, your Class 4 winner, Exhibitor 455, Maddox Steele, Willis, FFA. Your second place finisher, Exhibitor 457, Riley Kerr, Montgomery, FFA. Your third place finisher is Sloan Gregson, Exhibitor 454, Fur and Feathers 4-H. Now we're going to Class 5. We have Exhibitor 459, Trey Pittman, Exhibitor 460, Sarah Beth Cathy, and Exhibitor 461, Cash Hartley. Also, we need all Lemmies to the holding area, all Lemmies to the holding area.
Oh, did the calf break loose?
Yeah.
Over here?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Oh, she did a whole circle.
While I was announcing.
She needs to work out. Hey, you're doing good.
I'm gonna double your pay next year.
I know. But we it doesn't matter. We're out there.
I'm not either.
Helping me out. You're just a Brian. Brian was listening to we do better. Read two lines.
And I got to judge some of these heifers in the scramble show, including this first place heifer. And she did not place as high in the scramble show with the combined breeds, and I picked on her structure a little bit there. You can make the case in this class, though, really she may be the best structured one out here in terms of her motion. When you stop her, her look, her shape, her quality is undeniable. I think she still wins this class rather handily. I like a lot about this Blue Roan heifer in second. Young man's done a good job at home. She's fresh-haired, fresh-bodied, fresh in terms of her condition. Done a good job getting her shown. And you put her into motion, she gets up in her top a little bit. She doesn't balance as neat from her front third to her back third like the class winner does, in my opinion. But a big-bodied one is good in terms of her look and fresh in terms of her presentation. A lot to like about the solid black one here in third. Long neck, big topped heifer's got a lot of dimension to her. Today she gets probably just a little rigid off both of her rear pasterns for me, and there's just not as much of her in terms of overall mass and dimension compared to those top two heifers. The heifer certainly gives you a good quality look. Congratulations.
Your Class 5 winner, exhibitor 459, Trey Pittman, champion 4-H Club. Your second place finisher is exhibitor 461, Cash Hartley, trails in 4-H. And your third place finisher is exhibitor 460, Sarah Beth Cathy. Now we're going for the breed drive. We had a couple of single entries in this breed, so we'll get it rolling here. Class 1, we need exhibitor 450, Caitlin Clapper from Magnolia 4-H Club. From Class 3, we need exhibitor 452, Mason Cochran, New Caney FFA. From Class 4, we need exhibitor 455, Maddox Steele, Willis FFA. From Class 5, we need exhibitor 459, Trey Pittman, champion 4-H Club. And from Class 7, we need exhibitor 462, Sloan Gregson. All limmies to the holding area, all limmies to the holding area.
Well, we got a pretty big lineup of key females out here and got a few single entries to talk about. Start with the youngest, just a fall-born calf, but nice calf, good-bodied, fresh in the way she's brought to us today. Maybe not the stoutest. I think some of that will come with maturity. Really like her lines and her body for the future. Painted up heifer that won a class earlier is really good bodied, really good in balance here from the side. Get on top of her, she maybe gets just a little flatter and tighter there in her forerib. Like to expand her there a bit. Heifer out of the third class. Came out of a tough class. It's one, so we talked about in class, just really good in motion. Sound footed, just a sound structured, real complete when you put her into motion. Doesn't blow you away with anything extreme, maybe standing there, but everything balance is good, really correct in terms of her feet and leg structure. The Bronco-faced heifer coming out next just won our last class. Very neat in her look, very powerful in terms of her width and her shape. We talked about her, maybe could take a bit of a longer stride, but still really good in terms of her angles up front, still good in terms of her reach. Maybe her tail head's a little high on her skeleton, but a lot of quality there, that kind of look and that kind of shape. This is the first time we've seen this yellow cow and this pair being a single entry. Really a neat pair there, a big bone cow. The cows are beautiful, dark yellow, fresh haired. The lady's done a great job keeping her fresh and presenting her so fresh. That's certainly neat. Big bone cows, real balanced. She'll get up in her top a little bit when you put her into motion. Maybe standing there, you could balance her up from her chest back to her flank just a little bit. But certainly a neat cow, big-footed, really neat color, really smooth, really presented very fresh. So really good lineup. I think you could kind of prioritize some different things and maybe go some different ways, kind of stick to what I know, kind of when they put them into motion, ones that kind of match, the most complete and collect themselves in motion, I kind of bring to the top in terms of structure and quality, and that's Heifer out of Class 3. She's going to be our champion.
Your champion key, exhibitor 455, Maddox Steel, Willis FFA. I need Riley Kerr from Montgomery FFA, exhibitor 457, back into the arena.
We bring in the second place to our breed winner we talked about in class. Really neat head and neck, really big-bodied one. Maybe could set down a little more secure on her pattern at times. I thought this was close for champion. I still think it gets pretty close for reserve. Only hits me with the second most, just quality and look. It's the young man's black Bronco face. She's going to be reserve.
Your reserve is exhibitor 459, Trey Pittman, champion 4H. We'll now move to the Limmies. We'll have Class 3 up first.
Are they all there? Marcy? They all there? Okay.
All right, Class 3 from the Limmies, exhibitor 463, Lane Schuler, Splendora, FFA. Exhibitor 464, Lane Schuler, Splendora, FFA. Exhibitor 465, Matthew Suster, New Caney, FFA. Maine-Anjou, start thinking about it. It's getting close to your time.
Oh yeah. It'll be fun. It'll be fun, especially since they're going to be so close to us. They bought a piece across the track from, across the road from us, building right there by us. So it'll be nice.
So they gonna get the house before this baby's born?
It's under construction.
I know. She was telling me, she says they were living in the 50s.
We sold their house in college. Yeah, Brittany hadn't moved back yet. She had. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Love it.
That's what mom lives. Well,
Almost.
that's what they go when they live in town. That's what they live.
This is so far. It's so far from me to do.
It's 8.5 hours to Tyler.
You know, her husband made it a temporary stay in Oklahoma City, and everybody was like, "Oh, that's." I said, "You realize that's 2 hours closer?" They really were like, "What?"
You know, when Justin was going to school at Oklahoma State, it's only 7 hours. Tyler was off at it's the same deal. It's like, they go to Justin out of Texas.
No.
Good class of limmies to start this show off with. I really like all three heifers just in terms of their feet and leg movement. They're all good-bodied heifers that certainly got some pieces you like. I think heifer up front's just got more power, bigger footed, particularly wider. Get in behind her, wider out of her pins compared to the heifer in second. A big-bodied one that's still up-headed, still has a neat look about her. Maybe she's a little rough there at the top of her shoulders. Maybe her tail head doesn't just blend 100% being picky. The big-footed, sound one, it's long-necked and it's got a lot of rib to her. Heifer in second's really neat in the way she's built up through her shoulder and her front end. Probably a little neater when her shoulder lays onto her skeleton compared to our class winner. Real feminine in the way she's put together. Maybe gets a little narrower, just hooks to pins, a little flatter, on top of them, but a good heifer there. This is a good class all the way through. Nice heifer that's in third. Like I said, I liked all three of them just in terms of structure, body, and quality. This one probably doesn't have as much foot and bone, probably not as stout there from in terms of her back third. But a nice trio there. That was a good class to start the limmies off with.
Your Class 3 winner, Exhibitor 465, Matthew Sester, New Caney FFA. Your second place finisher, Exhibitor 463, Lane Schuler, Splendor FFA. Third place finisher, Exhibitor 464, Lane Schuler, Splendor FFA. We're going into Class 4. We've got Exhibitor 466, Kaylee Rivas, and Exhibitor 467, Kaylee Rivas, both from Conroe FFA.
Is it Rivas or Rivas? It's Rivas.
Maine-Anjou, start making your way to the holding area. Maine-Anjou, start making your way to the holding area.
Good pair of Limousin heifers here, and really they're a lot alike. The longer you study them, the more I think you see the resemblance in them. Both really big-bodied. They're both really just wide, stout-made heifers. Heifers that aren't just the longest neck, but still feminine about their head. I think the one that wins has a bit more foot size and substance and bone. I think she too is just a little more comfortable when she gets out on the go, out for rear chew. Like I said, heifer in second, a lot like our winner. Massive bodied, heifer still comes together, gives you a balanced look. It'll be a little frailer footed, smaller bone, and be coming up a bit more short in her rear step. But a nice pair. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Class 4 winner, Exhibitor 466, Kaylee Rivas, Conroe FFA. Second place finisher, Exhibitor 467, Kaylee Rivas, Conroe FFA. Now we'll go into our breed drive. Out of Class 3, I need Exhibitor 465. Out of Class 4, I need Exhibitor 466. Out of Class 5, I need Exhibitor 467, Jessica Skelton. Fern Feathers 4H. Out of Class 6, I need Exhibitor 469, John Michael Henderson, Champion 4H Club. And out of Class 7, I need Lane Davison, Exhibitor 471 from Porter FFA. Another call for the Maine-Anjou to the holding area. Maine-Anjou to the holding area. All classes of Maine-Anjou.
We in this Lemmy lineup, we've got 3 single entries. We're seeing for the first time. I'll talk about them first. Young lady brings us Fallborn here. Really long-bodied, strong top kind of heifer that's good in her feet and legs. Her tail head maybe sits a little high on her skeleton. Maybe not the stoutest in terms of her foot and bone. That kind of takes away from her balance a little bit, but sound structured. Really like the shape of her body. This May heifer's one I think's got some good pieces. Really good in terms of her feet and leg structure and her reach. Really long neck, good in her top line. Maybe not just the deepest and softest middled in relation to her frame or age, but honestly one that's still a contender out here because she's good structured, so that's certainly got a good look to her and some mass. And the older heifer here coming out next, real moderate, really good body, kind of a heifer. It's real smooth in the way she's put together. Carrying a little more chest up there through her front third, kind of takes away from her balance. Maybe could give her just a shot more foot and bone. Really good lineup. I thought that first class was tough, a lot of quality. I think we've got a good one out of the first class. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion is exhibitor 465, Matthew Sustar in the KNFFA. I need Lane Schuler with exhibitor 463 into the arena, please.
We've had a good lineup of Limmies and maybe some give and take out here, but really thought that first class was strong. I thought that was a really good pair of them. I think this one's really fresh and really good in terms of her feet and legs and a lot of future. I'm going to keep those calves together. One second out of class 2 will be reserved.
Your reserve is Lane Schuler, Splendor FFA. We will now enter the Maine-Anjous. We've got 4 entries in Class 3, several single entries, and then 2 entries in Class 5. So we'll start with Class 3. Class 3, Molly Moss, 474. Exhibitor 474, Molly Moss. We need you in the holding area. We're going into the ring. Molly Moss, your class is going into the arena. Exhibitor 474, Molly Moss, your class is going into the arena. Enter the arena, Exhibitor 472, Harrison Thailand, Willis FFA. Exhibitor 473, Trent Pittman, Champion 4H. And Exhibitor 475, James Hagan, Porter FFA.
Hey, Molly Miles is a scratch. 474 is a scratch.
All maintainers start making your way to the holding area. All maintainers start making your way to the holding area.
Looking a nice heifer to win this first class of mains. Real fresh in the way she's brought to us today. Real good in her top line. Real good just in terms of her lines and her balance. Still has some width and shape and dimension to her. I think a nice place to start in this class. I really thought second and third had some trade-off. This one, there's just more of this heifer. A little more grow, a little more body, a little more power. She's a little neater necked. I wish she moved a little better. She wants to kind of walk outside of herself, but she's not as comfortable when you get her into motion. Heifer in third does move a bit better for me than the heifer in second. That's why I thought it was a close placing. Long-necked heifer that has some shape. Giving up quite a bit of just mass and dimension in here. Probably gets a little coarse about her tail head. But a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your Class 3 winner, Exhibitor 472, Harrison Thielen, Willis, FFA. Your second place finisher, Exhibitor 475, James Hagan, Porter, FFA. And your third place finisher, Exhibitor 473, Trent Pittman, Champion 4H. Now we've got a single entry in Class 4, so we'll move on to Class 5. We've got Exhibitor 477, Chase Young, Caney Creek, FFA. Exhibitor 478, Candace Tucker, Willis, Willis, FFA.
The maintainers is a separate group. What's that? I did already. I know, I can't believe my phone. Over there I can't. But
Another good pair of them here, and just more power in the one that wins. Big-footed, big-body kind of heifer, still put together good in terms of her shoulder and her balance. Gets out and takes the long stride. She maybe could be just a little square, a little more within herself when you put her into motion going away. A good high-quality stout one there to win. Heifer in second's probably a little longer-bodied, even maybe a little cleaner or neater up to her front end under her jaw there. Not as just much substance and body as the one that wins. Not as much just foot size, but a good pair of them. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Your Class 5 winner, Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA. Second place finisher, Chase Young, Caney Creek FFA. Now going into the Grand Drive, or the Breed Drive. We got exhibitor 472, Harrison Thielen, Willis FFA. We've got exhibitor 476, Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA. Class 5, exhibitor 478, Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA. And also Class 6, 479, exhibitor 479, Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA.
I'll tell you, top to bottom, this is a strong lineup. I think quality in all four slots. A couple single entries we're just seeing now. We started with the youngest one, I think a May calf. Good heifer, good in her lines, good balance. She's fresh in the way she's brought to us today. You know, maybe not the cleanest and longest neck, but it's all real proportional. She's good in her shoulder, good in her structure. Certainly one that's in contention out here. Heifer out of Class 2 is one I like pretty good. Good haired heifer just to start off, just in terms of freshness. I really like the shape of her body in relation to her shoulder and her chest floor. All that blends together. Very neat in terms of balance and shape. Real stout, square and attractive hip and hind leg. She's probably just the dead-on levelest in terms of her lines and her balance. I call her the freshest just in terms of her condition and her shape out here. Heifer we just saw, one Class 3, certainly got some pieces you got to like. big-footed heifer that's just stout-featured and big-bodied. We talked about her in class. Maybe could go just a little square, a little more coordinated when you watch her walk away from you. Getting picky on a real nice heifer brings a lot of quality to the table. Real interesting cow-calf pair here too. Like the teat size on the cow, but the spacing probably could be a little more consistent. Really clean necked. Cow's got a lot of power, a lot of look to her. You know, standing there, maybe the set to her hock could be just a little more attractive. One that certainly still moves around the ring all right. Really fresh front end, has a lot of shape to her. So really strong lineup all the way through. My favorite out here is the heifer out of Class 2. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Your Maine-Anjou winner is Cadence Tucker, Exhibitor 478. I'm sorry, Exhibitor 476, Willis FFA. There wasn't another one in that class, Judge, so.
Honestly, he probably gets a little closer for reserve, and I really like parts and pieces of all three of these heifers. The one that comes to the top or for reserve for me today is the one that's just the freshest in this group. Still think she probably moves the best today within these three. That's Singman's calf. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve Maine-Anjou, Exhibitor 472, Harrison Thielen, Willis FFA. We'll now move to our maintainers. Class 3 of our maintainers is single entry, so we'll move on to Class 4, which will be Exhibitor 481, Kel Rose Trailer, Willis Junior FFA, and 482, Frank Rowan, Magnolia 4-H Club. Simmental, start making your way to the holding area. Simmentals.
This name, person that has two first names, two last names is Frank. It's Frank Rowan.
Rowan. What did
No,
I say?
no, it's Rowan Frank.
Oh.
Rowan Frank. It's the opposite of what it is.
Okay.
No, I forgot to change it.
That's okay. It happens. Then I have somebody else to bring.
I think really an interesting pair here, and it's a lot of trade-offs. And really, this was not just wanting to present herself in motion, makes it a little even harder. But I think two heifers that both have some real intriguing pieces about them. There's a lot to this heifer that wins. Just massive middled, massive centered one that's really big bone, really big ended. So put together pretty good in terms of her shoulder. Big hair. Young lady's done a good job getting her fresh at home. And in that regard, just a powerful one that's really proportional. You put her into motion, she covers her stride. Maybe it gets a little tighter about her pastern. Maybe starts to kind of drop her neck a little bit when you put her into motion. But a lot of power, a lot of quality there. Once Baldy heifer stops, she gives you a crazy good look. The way she's built up through her head, neck, and shoulder is very impressive, especially when you go along with that kind of depth of body and mass from there back. Maybe doesn't have as much just foot size to go along with it. Really, the thing that gets her today is just today when she fights a halter, she wants to get up in her top quite a bit, won't just collect her spine. If she just get out and go and use her spine quite right, she would win the class because she is massive bodied, really neat in her look up front, really fresh in the inner condition out here. Good pair, like it's a very interesting pair. It's close. Congratulations.
Your Class 4 winner is Kel Rose Trailer, Willis Jr. FFA. Your second place finisher is Rowan Frank, Magnolia 4-H Club. We're going to go for the Grand Breed Drive. I need out of Class 3, Eli Calbo, Splendor FFA. Out of Class 4, I need Kel Rose Trailer. Then out of Class 5, I need Sloan Gregson, Exhibitor 483. And I also need Exhibitor 484, Bailey Trailer. Out of Class 7.
There you go, buddy. You got it. You sounded good. You stay. Oh, you're good. We're in the grand of maintainers, or breed champion of maintainers.
Oh, okay. Then we got Simmental and ORB.
That's about it. AOB.
Too. Yep. I picked up the pace. When I left, I told him, I said, our land show may be late. Y'all picked up the pace just a little bit.
Because there's so many single entries, and you have a bunch of them, you knock them out in one. If you ever do get in the bind, I mean, yeah, if I'm out there.
I remember you saying, and I said something to Stuart the other day. And he said, I said, you know, as long as that Hereford show's going to be, I said, I may need, I knew my wife was going to be out of town. And he said, well, I know Mark has Ray pretty busy. Ray's signed up for a lot of stuff. So.
But it's just in time because they're not letting them move out until this.
Good lineup of maintainers out here. We got 3 single entries. We're going to talk the youngest heifer is a single entry we're seeing for the first time. Real neat up through her front end. Really good in her top line. Like the shape she's got right there out of her spine. Good heifer that's eye appealing and has some power and structure to her. Maybe gets a little off in terms of her hip. Maybe with being a young calf, maybe didn't have as much depth of body, total body as some of these behind her. But one that certainly see a lot of future in her look and shape. The real hairy heifer out of the second class, just won her class. Massive bodied, massive bone. Heifer certainly got some quality in the way she's put together. Young lady brings us a Bronco-faced one here. That was a single entry out of class 3. Really sound structured, really good in terms of her top line. Maybe gets a little flat for me, get right up on top of the cattle. At the same time, maybe not as deep and soft back there to her flank. We got the oldest heifer out here. 2-year-old heifer was 2 at the end of last year. A massive bodied heifer that's really good in terms of her feet and leg structure. You could pick on her, say maybe wish she even had a calf, or maybe wish she was a little heavier bred. But just in terms of build and quality and structure, she's very good. Big-footed, sound-moving, really good bodied one. I think there's some trade-offs kind of all the way through, kind of where you put your priorities. I really like all 4 of them. I think the one that hits me the hardest today is a real hairy, high-quality one out of Class 2. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
I need exhibitor 482, Rowan Frank, back into the arena. Your champion goes to exhibitor 481, Cale Rose Trailer, Willis Jr., FFA.
We bring in the second place we just talked about in class. She's wild looking once you get her stopped there from the side. Gives you a good look. Really fighting the halter today. You can't just tell kind of how she wants to collect herself. Said very competitive lineup still, top to bottom. I see a lot of quality future in this calf. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion maintainer goes to exhibitor 480, Eli Calbo, Splendor Jr., FFA. We're now moving to the Simmental show. We have 3 single entries. They'll all come in at one time. Out of class 4 will be 486, Kobe Crab, Magnolia West FFA. Out of Class 6, Exhibitor 487, Kelsey Ness, Splendor FFA. Out of Class 7, Exhibitor 488, Dakota Norman, Montgomery FFA. ORB, I need you in the holding area. ORB, you need to be in the holding area. Attention exhibitors, I need all the ORB to the holding area. ORB need to come to the holding area.
We just had single entries in the Simmental breed, so these are 3 class winners out here for the drive, and I think all 3 become competitive out here. The youngest heifer up front's one that's just really good bodied, really deep sided and smooth made heifer. Got a lot of foot size and bone under, still real good and proportional from the side. Got a little extra kind of skin up through her front end, maybe not as neat and feminine in that regard, but a good bodied, good structured one. He fundamentally does a lot of good stuff. Heifer out of the second class is the longer, neater fronted one, really good in terms of her lines. Really bold rib, like the shape of her rib and the shape she's got down her top. Heifer, I like the way she collects herself when you put her into motion in terms of her reach and her stride. We got the pair here, January cow, had a February calf, doing a good job with the Red Bull calf there. Cow's got a lot of shape, really long and clean up through her front end. Cow's got a good set to her hind legs standing there. Maybe today when you put her into motion, she wants to kind of get up in her top and break in her loin a little bit. Maybe not just collect herself and her structure 100% when you put her into motion. So 3 good class winners. I said I really when they stopped him the first time. I was like, I kind of like all three of them. Wanted to see them again. When we put them into motion, the one that I think is the best structurally, still gives you a good quality look, Heifer out of Class 2. She's going to be our champion. And followed up with Heifer out of Class 1. Congratulations.
Results of the Simmental breed. The champion goes to exhibitor 487, Kelsey Ness, Splendora FFA. The reserve went to 486, Kobe Crab, Magnolia West FFA. We'll now go into the ORB show. We have a single entry in Class 3, so we'll move to Class 4. We will have exhibitor number 490, Harrison Thielen, Willis FFA, and 491 Bailey Trailer, champion 4-H. Exhibitor 493 needs to come to the holding area. 493, you're needed in the holding area.
I think there's certainly quite a bit of trade-offs in this pair. Two heifers that certainly bring a lot of good to the table. The roan heifer, I think, just has a lot more body, particularly in relation to her frame size. I think kind of looks to be an easier keeping one down the road. A little smoother about her shoulder, probably just a little neater in the way she blends in her top line, her forerib to her shoulder, up through her front end. Sound made heifer. She could be stoutened up a bit more just in terms of her foot size and bone, but a good body, smooth made one I think is a better balanced one in here. Those white heifer coming out next has got some really good pieces. Long neck, she is the stouter one just in terms of muscle and bone, really wide pinned, a lot of muscle to her. Just gets a little shallower bodied, to have a little more shoulder there, a little coarser about her shoulder, but doesn't fit together and balance like our class winner. Really good pair of them though. Congratulations to both of you.
Results of Class 4, first place goes to exhibitor 490, Harrison Thielen, Willis FFA. Second goes to exhibitor 491, Bailey Trailer, champion 4-H. This will be Class 6, exhibitor number 492, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4-H, and 493, Trey Pittman, champion 4-H.
Really need a pair here to win this class ORB as the calf's 2 days old. Say that's the first I've seen judging show someone carrying the calf. That's impressive, but awesome cow. That is a big-footed, great structured, great build female that's raised a calf now and still looks really, really good. Good-bodied one, but her skeleton, the way she moves around the ring, is very impressive and very good and wins rather handily. Blue Roan has some nice pieces here in second. Really clean and long neck, good down her top line. Not as just stout in terms of her structure, or elite in terms of her structure as a class winner, but a good pair of them. Congratulations to both of you.
Results of Class 6. First place goes to 492, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. Second goes to exhibitor 493, Trey Pittman, champion 4H. Class 7 was the single exhibitor, so they'll come out at the championship drive. We will now bring the other class winners out for selection of your champion ORB. Out of Class 3, I need 489, Blake Kirkpatrick, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. It's a single entry. Exhibitor 490, Harrison Thielen Willis FFA. 492, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. And 494, Tatum Tully, Oak Ridge FFA. Single exhibitor. AOB, you need to be in the holding area. AOB, you need to be in the holding area.
We got a very interesting and very good lineup of ORBs out here, and wanted to get one more look at them. He's got a couple single entry, one being the youngest heifer that's kind of bronco face when the young lady brings us out here, and I think a real good heifer that's kind of walked him again, and wanted to get a better look at her, seeing her for the first time. But awesome structured, big footed, I think really good jointed one that's awesome in terms of her center body. Like how deep she is in her flank, and for heifer calf, love the teat she has dropped already. Neat and just kind of elegant about her shoulder and her front third. Heifer that I think puts together a lot of good stuff. The young man's heifer won his class here with the red roan one. Probably better in class, moderate, good bodied. Probably doesn't have as much just substance overall look as some of them out here. We got the heifer that just had this fresh calf we saw in the last class. One that, man, that cow is built incredible. Huge footed. Has extra substance and bone, and still has all the bend and reach you can put in one to still have a lot of look. That is very impressive. Like I said, different circumstances. Just had a calf probably 2 days ago. Probably looked a little different, but still has held together very, very good. One you got to just love how she's built, have that kind of presence, that kind of bone. Then the oldest heifer, a single entry we're seeing for the first time. Probably carrying a little extra condition, but man, she's massive behind there. Really stout-footed, really stout-structured kind of heifer. Probably not as fresh or as balanced as a few of the other ones out here. So I think it comes down between the youngest, I think the youngest calf's an April heifer calf, and this April heifer that just calved. I think two that have tremendous quality. You can go a lot of places and not find ORB or whatever registered kind of heifers with this kind of build, this kind of presence and quality. So I wanted to get a second look at them, but both look very good. Let's put our hands together for these ORB exhibitors. I'll show you my favorite.
I need exhibitor 493 back in the arena. That's Trey Pittman. He'll be back in the arena. Your champion, ORB, goes to 492, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. Your reserve champion goes to exhibitor 489, Blake Kirkpatrick, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. We'll now move into the AOB class. We have two classes with 3 heifers in each class of the AOB. The Continental breeds, champion and reserves, be moving back towards the holding area. Continental champions and reserves start moving back towards the holding area. This is Class 3, AOB, exhibitor number 495, Anson Cater, champion 4H. 496 is Levi Reisner, champion 4H. 497 is Bodie Cater, champion 4H.
We get some different types and kinds starting out the AOB show here, but a nice functional heifer to land on to win. She's the biggest, deepest bodied one in here compared to the heifer in second. She's got a bit more foot size and substance and just width to her. You could change her. You probably just like to stouten her up a bit throughout, but very functional, very feminine, very good bodied kind of heifer. That second and third had some trade-offs because they're really totally different of their type and kind. Heifer in second is just a little longer bodied, a little better out of her hip, a little deeper bodied. Like to stouten her up. She gets a little frailer footed, frailer featured for me. The Brahman Cross heifer is one that's very, very powerful, very sound structured, and good footed as well. Today probably just doesn't have enough body for me. It's pretty shallow, particularly back there to her flank. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results, Class 3, first place goes to 495, Anson Cater, champion 4H. Second goes to 497, Bodie Cater, champion 4H. Third goes to 496, Levi Reisner, champion 4H. This will be Class 4 AOB. Exhibitor 498 is Sarah Beth Cathy, champion 4H. 499, Carson Roden, champion 4H. And 500 is Cheyenne Walters, Outback 4H.
You're gonna put your second. You're gonna be on behind her. We get in AOB show. You got really 3 totally different types and kinds, and really had a few different placings in my mind out here, but probably not a perfect one in my mind, but certainly parts you like about all of them. The black bronco face, I think, is the biggest bone one. Still think she's got probably the most body in terms of spring and up the rib, good in her type line. Wish she moved a little better. She comes up pretty short in her stride, and wish she took a longer step on her rear too, but standing there, I think she's got the most quality and balance, has more probably just body and shape than these other ones. Red Angus Heifer's another one, real deep-bodied, smooth-made heifer that got some balance, quite a bit deeper in her flank, and the silver heifer coming out next, just longer-sided, I think probably just a little more practical in her kind. She gets pretty frail featured for me, certainly like to stouten her up at the ground. Silver heifer's an interesting one, got some good pieces, big-footed, real clean, tight through her jaw and neck, and heifer that has some shape. Gets pretty tight and shallow back there to her flank, a little short out of her hip, just a little smaller stature maybe for me out here. But a really, really competitive trio there. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
Results for Class 4. First place goes to Exhibitor 500, Cheyenne Walters, Outback 4H. Second goes to 499, Carson Roden, Champion 4H. And third goes to 498, Sarah Beth Cathy, Champion 4H. We will now select our champion and reserve champion AOB. In the arena, I will need 495, Anson Cater, and 500, Cheyenne Walters. This will be first call for my Continental Champion and reserves. Out of the Charolais, I need Exhibitor 442 and 444. Out of the Key class, I need 455 and 459. Out of the Limmies, I need 463 and 465. Out of the main class, I need 472 and 476. Out of the maintainers, I need 480 and 481. Out of the Simmental class, I need 486 and 487. Out of the ORB, we need 489 and 492.
We didn't have a lot of numbers in the AOB show, and certainly a lot of differences in type and kind and some sort through the classes. The younger heifer up here is real functional in her kind, good body, looks like she's going to have a nice teat size and spacing down the road. A little frailer, a little plainer about her back leg and her look. And the Bronco face one we just talked about, big bone, stout feature, long bodied kind of heifer. Comes out pretty short in her stride. I wish she was just a bit more agile when you put her out into motion. That's probably the question mark you have on her does she move good enough or not? So trade-offs there. I think one's a little more functional. One's got a little more power, a little more look to them. These effort that's moving a little better today. I think man's going to be our champion.
Need 497 back into the class. Your champion AOB goes to $4.95. Anson Cater, champion 4H.
So there's some trade-offs in these, and I think it still gets relatively close for reserve. I'm going to use the Stout Bone Stout Feature Black Bronco for reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion goes to exhibitor 500, Cheyenne Walters, Outback 4H. We'll now clear the arena. Then I will need the Continental Division champions back into the arena. The American and English Division champion and reserve need to be moving towards the holding area. That will be for selection of overall. So I need the American and English champion and reserves to be moving back towards the holding area.
Hey, tell Jumbo.
This will be for the champion Continental. I need exhibitor 444, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H, representing the Charolais. I need 455, Maddox Steele from Willis FFA with a Kia. 465, Matthew Sester from New Caney FFA with the Limousin. 476, Cadence Tucker from Willis FFA with the Maine-Anjou. 481, Kale Rose Trailer from Willis FFA with the Maintainer. 487, Kelsey Ness, Splendor FFA with the Simmental. 492, Molly Moss from Montgomery Dobbin, 4H with the ORB. And Anson Cater, champion 4H with the AOB.
You see if there's a representative from the Cedar to give the buckle?
If there's a representative from Lucas Cedar, would you come to the arena? A representative from Lucas Cedar, need you into the arena. Lucas is sponsoring the reserve champion buckle. So if there's a representative here, we would like to have them into the arena.
We're going to keep moving through here, but a very strong Continental Division. I really thought when these things came back in here as a lineup, really very consistent from top to end in terms of structural quality, their body, their balance, really good group of females all the way through. And I liked a lot of these breed champions quite a bit when they came through here, but I'll be honest, there was two that they came in this division. They hit me plenty hard. I think they're the kind we're looking for and the kind we're going to keep going with today. So not gonna study too much harder out here. I think we've got two that are pretty elite in terms of their build to be champ reserve in this division. So let's put our hands together. These Continental showmen. I'll show you my favorites.
Your champion Continental goes to exhibitor 492, Molly Moss, Montgomery Dobbin, 4H. I need 489, Blake Kirkpatrick into the arena. Your reserve Continental goes to exhibitor 489, Blake Kirkpatrick, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. Okay, we're fixing to go for selection of overall champion. Out of the American division, I need 285, Adley Grindstaff. And 234, Marin Stevens. Out of the British, I need 420, Mallory Majors. And 440, Lauren Gates. And out of the Continental, I need 492, Molly Moss, and 489, Blake Kirkpatrick.
Have you announced these yet?
Yeah, I asked for Luke to see them.
I mean, to announce that they don't know. Can I do that?
Yeah, I mean, I did it. I did it for the Americans before I left. Yeah. Oh, you recognize it?
I'd like to thank the people that donated the buckles. The grand champion buckle, American buckle, was by the Zalman Land and Cattle. Reserve champion American, Gregson Cattle Company. Grand champion buckle for the English was Bud and Tabitha Aragon. Reserve champion English was in memory of Charles Trailer and Paul Walker. Grand champion buckle for exotic was Yancey Farms, and reserve champion buckle for exotic with Lucas Cedar.
Exhibitors immediately following selection of overall, grand and reserve, we will move into our junior showmanship. Junior showmanship is $5 at the gate, winner take all. Juniors will go first. You have to show your own heifer, and if you happen to be a substitute showman, you are not eligible to come back.
You were just talking about those people who said they didn't hear it called out, and I called it out, and you said, well, I didn't hear.
Well, it's
As we get out here for Supreme Drive, I can tell you I've had a lot of fun. I got to judge the same show last year. This is my second year, so you won't have me anymore after this. But had a lot of fun. I tell you, I get to go to a lot of county shows in general in Texas and all over the country. And you don't see this kind of show and participation just everywhere. Not just the kids showing and the quality of animals, but the amount of people in the stands, the amount of people cheering after every class is very special. You don't see that everywhere. It's awesome to see that kind of support. This is a really neat show, county fair, and I've had a lot of fun being a small part of it the last 2 years. Let's put our hands together for all these kids out here and everyone making it happen. Show's very good. I mean, the quality, it's cool to see this many cow-calf pairs we've got to see today. I guess half of them we had out here are pairs and some awesome heifers as well. But quality for the first breed to the Brahmans to the end has been very, very good. And I'm very, very pleased with the champions we've got out here. I've had a lot of fun. I'm going to go select the champion reserve. Thank you guys for letting me come out here.
Your overall champion goes to exhibitor 420, Mallory Majors. Your reserve champion overall goes to exhibitor 492, Molly Moss. Junior exhibitors, about 10 minutes, we're going to have the junior showmanship competition. We're going to give the judge a chance to have pictures taken with the winners. Then we'll come back into the arena. We'll have our junior showmanship and then senior showmanship, and then that will conclude this year's Breeding Beef Show. Junior showmanship. Start moving your heifers towards the holding area. If you're going to be in a junior showmanship, start moving towards the holding area. Last call for juniors. Last call for junior showmanship. Also, showman, you will receive a letter there to fill out, turn back into the fair office for a jacket, for the showmanship jacket, if you win the showmanship. And those jackets are sponsored by the Montgomery County Beef Improvement Association.
I want to get out here for our junior showmanship. I honestly like doing shows like this where you get to really see all the kids show in the show, and honestly you're not really thinking about much of showmanship. You're trying to place the cattle right, but certainly some kids catch your eye with the way they're presenting the cattle class in and class out. Now you get to see them all in the showmanship ring competing, and it's very competitive. I honestly think part of it today is a long, hot day, and some of it's just endurance on the cattle, which the cattle are going to stay together and stay cooperating, but a very, very good group of junior showmen, top to bottom. I probably made them set up an extra 1 or 2 times than I had planned just to make sure I was getting every view right. Some of these kids really got them good and set up once we got them over here. Probably had a few times where they were not ideal in the way the calf was aligned versus the rail or the way they walked, just a few little things. But what I ended up with, I pulled these 3 as kind of my top 3 out here. We're just going to pick a winner, but I thought the longer they stayed out here, these 3 more times than not had them set the most right. The young lady with the pink blazer up front honestly stood out to me in the show. The way she presents that heifer, just her presence, the way she positions her body in relation to the animal is very good, very natural with the stick, very slow with the stick, and most times than not, you see that heifer, she's right on target. Honestly, this young man showing this Brahman heifer, I like that way that heifer was built in class. I don't remember him as a showman, but out here, he just hadn't done much wrong. He really did good. When we walked around earlier, he stopped before you got into the corner and got her aligned well. And that's part of these rings all have a corner. They all have a spot that's probably not as ideal. He's done a good job of that. He does a good job of walking her into it, slow with the stick. Does a good job as well. This young lady in the next slide here, she was leading us and did an awesome job. Every time I looked up there, she had walked that heifer into it and just done a good job. So let's put our hands together for all these junior showmen. So they're not placed in any particular order, but I'll go slap the winner right now.
Your champion junior showman goes to Cal Rose Trailer Willis Jr. FFA. Senior showman, you need to move to the holding area. Senior showman. Seniors, we're going to try to take a head count when y'all get close to the arena, see how many we have. See if we're going to need to, based upon survey earlier on, we may have to break you down into heats. We'll see how many will come back, and then we'll break you down into heats for the senior showmanship.
get here the seniors, I think we're going to have probably 4 heats if everyone comes back for showmanship. Going to keep these 3 exhibitors I pulled to the middle, or they're going to get to come back to the finals. The other ones are not. It's very competitive. It's really little things on who's going to get them right. Probably a few of them. There's probably more in this ring, kind of on spots of maybe the cattle aren't as straight. Their shoulders a little further out, one way or another, getting them set up. But a really good set. First heat of senior showman. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. We'll get the other ones in here.
Attention senior showman. If you plan on being in senior showmanship, please check in with the people at the gate so we can get a count so we can break these heats down. Please check in. Make sure you're checked in at the gate so they can get the number of exhibitors so we can get the heats broke down.
We got another strong heat of senior showman. It's impressive just to have this much participation and been two very, very good heats. I thought these three, and now as we get them out, I think you got those cattle probably on point, the quickest in here, but a very good heat. A lot of good showmen. Some of the cattle are getting a little tired. Let's put our hands together for these heat of senior showmen. We'll see these three in the finals. We had another good heat. I think this is the biggest heat we've had so far. I kept an extra one and thought I needed to, but certainly a lot of close calls. I thought both the young men up front did a good job, and certainly ones I considered pulling. I thought the young lady with the roan heifers right behind him, she probably had her stuck a little quicker than you guys each time was probably my sort there. There was 3 of you young ladies with Brahmins. Kept catching my eye. The young lady back there was maybe a little fast just in terms of the speed. These 2 I thought were a little slower and got them stuck this last time, but she was certainly another one I strongly considered pulling. But another good heat. We'll bring back these 4 in the middle. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for these showmen. we're getting late. I think this is our last heat of Senior Showman. Another huge heat. Honestly, I'm thinking back. I feel like most of the seniors came back. Maybe the two exhibitors that were champion reserve didn't come back, but it seems like majority of the show came back, and that's awesome participation. These three probably kind of stood out a little more to me in this heat relative to some of the other heats, of just getting them set up. Ideally, the quickest out here. So they're going to come back here in a second for the finals. Let's give a hand for all of our senior showmen.
Senior Showman, that was the last heat. You need to be, if you were selected out of your heat, you need to be in the holding area. Let's open the gate. Senior Showmanship.
Well, we get to the end of the senior showmanship here. As expected, you get this kind of participation just in numbers and quality in cattle and kids. It's very competitive. It's honestly very hard to judge. Judging showmanship is harder, a lot harder for me, honestly, than judging cattle. It literally gets personal, but it's splitting hairs out here, but got a lot of really good showmen. Honestly, of the few, this young lady I almost pulled, I thought the heifer's feet were front feet a little under one time out here, doing an awesome job. The other one, the young lady with the Brahman down here, almost pulled her out here in this final 3 or 4. I thought the heifer's head maybe gets a little close to you at times. You may be doing that for a certain reason, but you're automatic with setting her up, and one I certainly would have had you up here in the top 4 or 5 as well. But awesome showman all the way through, and I ended up with these 4 young ladies. They're pretty automatic with these heifers. If you're just going to go on how they stop them in feet and legs, it's almost impossible because they really stop them just right every time. They're fast. They're all real serious in the way they do it. I think they're all real natural in the way they do it as well. And honestly, it's just a really hard decision. There's really all of you stood out in the show as good showmen, like a lot of these that made the finals. This which one probably hits you the hardest out here to get the buckle today, but. If you've got a kid out here, certainly something to be proud of. This is very competitive. It's very fun to judge. Let's put our hands together for these senior showman finals. I'll show you the champion.
Your champion senior showman goes to exhibitor 442. That's Reese Vondro. Reese is from Lake Creek FFA. With that concludes this year's 2024 Breeding Beef Show. Exhibitors, contestants, y'all have a safe trip home. Thank you for coming.